Hey, hey, check, check, check. Hello, 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 hello. Check, check, check. Hey, check, check. Hello, hello, hello. Hey, check, check, check. Hey, hello, 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 hello. Hey, hey, check. Hello, 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 hello. Check. Hello, hello, hello. Hello, check, check. Hello, hey, check, 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 check. Hey, check, check. Hey, check, 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 check. Hello, hello, hello. Hey, check, check. Hey, hello, hello, hello. Check, check, check. Hello, hello, hello. Check, check. Hey, check, check, check. Hello, hello, hello. Check. Hello, 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 hello. Check, check. Hey, check, 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 check. Hello.
हेलो हेलो चेक चेक हेलो हेलो
डिले जास्त केलं.
हेलो चेक हेलो
उसको डिले कम करना, उसका डिले बोलते हैं उसको.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत।
Good morning, one and all. very warm, happening and cheerful morning to everyone. The moment has came. Dignitaries for the program have arrived. Can we welcome our guest with all claps? We welcome our guests with the loving hearts of all present here. Our humble request to all the dignitaries to kindly grace the dais. Thank you. Thank you so much. राह फूलों से सजी है आज पावन पर्व है, राह फूलों से सजी है आज पावन पर्व है, आप सब यहाँ पधारे इस बात का हमें गर्व है। और कहे तो कहे भी क्या, और कहे तो कहे भी क्या, शब्द पड़ जाते हैं कम, स्वागत हो आप सबका, स्वागतम स्वागतम सुस्वागतम। With this word, I welcome our chief guest of today's program, Honorable Dr. Vivek Nanoti, Director Engineering, Lokmanya Tilak Jan Kalyan Shikshan Sanstha Nagpur. Guest of honor and resource person, Honorable Dr. N.B. Singh, Professor, Sharda University, Noida, Delhi. Guest of honor, Honorable Dr. Martin F. Desimone, Professor, Banos University, Argentina. Chairperson of the seminar and Principal Priyadarshini JL College of Engineering, respected Dr. Abhay Shende. Convener of the seminar and Dean First Year, Dr. Kavita Gaur. Co-convener of the seminar and TNP Officer, Dr. Ajit Harde. Advisory Committee, distinguished guests, all the delegates, invitees and participants. I, Dr. Shruti, on behalf of Priyadarshini JL College of Engineering, Nagpur, take the pleasure to welcome you all to this seminar on research methodology. एंड हमारी भारतीय संस्कृति के अनुसार हर शुभ कार्य का आरंभ दीप प्रज्वलन विधि से किया जाता है. सो फॉर द सेम मे आई इनवाइट ऑल द डिग्निटरीज फॉर लैम्प लाइटनिंग सेरेमनी एंड सरस्वती पूजा. प्लीज सर. दीप ज्योति परम ज्योति दीप ज्योति जनार्दना नमस्तुते 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 नमो नमः. The light of lamp is a supreme light. The light of lamp represents Janardana. Salutations to the light of lamp. I also request Excellencies to offer prayer and garland to Ma Saraswati. We pray to Ma Saraswati for lifelong blessings and leading us towards path of integrity. I humbly request all the dignitaries to wave their feet and once again grace the dais. Thank you so much. Friends, we all know research is all about creating new knowledge. It is a journey where we gather the information, acquire the knowledge and skills, analyze and interpret the findings, and finally we conclude these new discoveries. In all these stages need systematic planning and executions. And to throw light on this some of its aspects, Priyadarshini JL College of Engineering Nagpur has taken this initiative in the form of seminar. And for these, ladies and gentlemen, we have along with us very prominent personality, Honorable Dr. Vivek Nanoti, Director Engineering, Lokmanya Tilak Jan Kalyan Shikshan Sanstha Nagpur, as a chief guest for this inaugural ceremony. So here I humbly request Dr. Abhay Shinde, Principal, Priyadarshini JL College of Engineering and Seminar Chairperson, to extend a warm welcome to Honorable Dr. Vivek Nanoti, sir. I also request Principal Sir to offer memento as a token of remembrance. And with a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, sir. Friends, today we are also blessed with a very eminent persona, Honorable Dr. N.B. Singh, Professor Sharda University, Noida, Delhi, as a guest of honor and resource person. Here I humbly request again to our sir, Principal sir, to welcome Dr. N.B. Singh sir and present memento. Thank you so much, sir. In order to enhance the decorum of this function, we have virtual presence of Honorable Dr. Martin F. Desimone, Professor, Buenos University, Argentina. We offer courteous welcome to Dr. Martin, sir. Now I request Dr. Kavita Gaur, convener of the seminar, to please give most cordial welcome to respected Dr. Abhay Shinde, sir, Principal, PJLC and Seminar Chairperson. And the memento. Thank you so much, ma'am. Here I request Dr. Ajit Hardy, co-convener of the seminar, to extend delightful welcome to Dr. Kavita Gaur, convener of the seminar in this first year PJLC. And I also request to present memento. Thank you so much, sir. Further, I request Mr. Mohan Pedukar to offer warm welcome to Dr. Ajit Hade, co-convener of the event and TNP officer, Priyadarshini JL College of Engineering, Nagpur. Thank you so much, sir. Today, we are blessed with the precious presence of Dr. Ratiram Chaudhary, Professor, Senate Member, RTM Nagpur, University, Nagpur. I request Mr. Suhas Kakade, sir, to extend delightful welcome to Dr. Ratiram Chaudhary, sir. And a memento, it's a token of remembrance. Thank you so much, sir. Here we also have presence of our respected advisory committee and prestigious delegate. We offer gracious welcome to Dr. Anjali Kadam, COE and ITSC in charge, PJLCE Nagpur. I request Rakhi ma'am to welcome ma'am. I extend hearty welcome to Dr. P.D. Pokle, Head ETC Department and Engineering Coordinator, PJLCE Nagpur. Thank you, Pallavi ma'am. I extend welcome gestures to Dr. V.P. Balpande, Head CSE in AI Department, PJLCE Nagpur. I request Gayatri ma'am to welcome ma'am. We offer courteous welcome to Dr. Mohammad Gulfam Pathan, Head Civil Engineering Department, PJLCE Nagpur. I request Pallavi ma'am to welcome thee, sir. We express grateful welcome to Mrs. Aparna Katuri, Assistant Registrar, PJLCE Nagpur. We express hearty welcome to Professor Mendel sir, Ajay Mendel sir, Head Electrical Department. I request Pallavi ma'am to welcome sir. Friends, it is rightly said, great things are done by a series of small things brought together. With this idea, Research and Development Cell of Priyadarshini JL College of Engineering, Nagpur continues to contribute bit by bit in the field of education and research. And on the same note, we have this seminar. So at this monotonous momentum, I request Dr. Kavita Gaur, convener of the seminar, to kindly enlighten us with the introductory remark. Please, ma'am.
Thank you, Patli ma'am. Honorable Director, Engineering, LTJSS Nagpur, Nanuti sir. Honorable Principal, PJLC, Dr. Shinde sir. Honorable Professor, Dr. N.B. Singh, Sharda University, Noida. Honorable Professor Martin sir, Buenos Aires University, Argentina. Co-convener of today's program, my colleague, Dr. Ajit Harde sir, TNP officer, COE and IQAC delegates, faculty members, assistant registrar, librarian, supporting staff, a very good morning and welcome to one and all. Inform you that we got very good response from all over India. UP, Delhi, MP, Chhattisgarh and Maharashtra. And almost all University of Vidarbha, RTNU, Gondwana and Amravati. 150 delegates from various colleges are coming via online and offline mode. PJLCE, IPM Delhi, SSUT Bhopal, Facuty College of Engineering, ICFAI Raipur, Chhattisgarh, Government College of Chhattisgarh, LIT, Institute of Science, PGTD campus of Nagpur, Amravati, Gadchiroli University, Anjuman College of Engineering, Science College, and many more Science College of Nagpur in and around of Nagpur. It is a delegation of all arts, commerce, science and technology. The main aim behind of this program or this seminar is to integrate research or objective on track to get proper finding or outcome within a stipulated time. Research is a process which is knowing, generating knowledge or quest something, and it should be smart. Smart means S stand for specific, M stand for measurable, A stand for achievable, R stand for relevant, and T stand for time bound. So my dear all the delegates, I think this deliberation or this seminar will be helpful to get new direction in your research area. Almost you can say we have renowned speakers from India as well as abroad, so they will enlighten you. Hope so this day will be full of learning and new direction as well as good ideas. Thank you all of you. Have a nice day.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Now, a leader with enormous potential, one who is mind behind this seminar, who has capacity to translate vision into reality. Friends, I am talking about respected Dr. Abhay Shinde, Principal, PJLCE College of Engineering and Seminar. To kindly honor the podium with his work.
Thank you, Shruti. Chief guest of today's program, Honorable Dr. Vivekanand sir, young and dynamic director of our Sanstha, Lokmanya Tilak Jan Kalyan Shikshan Sanstha, a well-known orator of our nation. I welcome you, sir. Guest of honor of today's program, Dr. M.B. Singh sir, Professor Sharda University, Delhi. Sir, having total 55 years experience and his work on cement and in the year of 1977, sir, honored by Germany. So big round of applause for Dr. M.B. Singh, sir. Sir, welcome to PJLCE College of Engineering. Another dignitaries who is online, Dr. Martin from Argentina. Sir, welcome. Convener of the program, Dr. Ajit Halde. I recognize the presence of Dr. Ratiram Chaudhary, a Senate member. Dignitary of the dais, Dr. COE, Dr. Vijayapal Pandey, Head Computer Science and Engineering and Artificial Intelligence, Dr. Praveen Pokhre, Head ETC, Dr. Ulfan Pradhan, Head Civil Engineering, Dr. Ajay Mende, Head Electrical Engineering, Assistant Registrar, and all my esteemed faculty members. Very good morning to all. Yeah, let me take a opportunity to introduce our college, PJLCE College of Engineering. Sir, our college belongs to Lokmanya Tilak Jan Kalyan Shikshan Sanstha, who runs 20 affiliated institutes. 3 engineering colleges are in Nagpur. One is in Mumbai. Apart from engineering, architecture college, polytechnic, ITR, pharmacy, DED, B.Ed and various schools. In short, right from KG to PG, all quality education is available in and colorful umbrella. So it's our college belongs to this prestigious Sanstha, Lokmanya Tilak Jan Kalyan Shikshan Sanstha. Our college is accredited with grade A by NAC. 3 years of education, and recently our college become autonomous. Yeah, and then we have very strong research department, R&D, research and development department, and I know you all are intellectual, faculty are intellectual, and your knowledge thrust here is always taken by our college R&D department. I congratulate Dr. Kavita Gaur for organizing a very important topic, research methodology, because now it's a mandatory to do PhD. It's very important. So, when you're talking in the series of R&D, research and development, our college always organize international conferences, seminar, patent filing, and today's seminar is one of the series of that R&D department. So I congratulate research and development department, all the heads, for organize such an important topic for our newcomers, today's researcher. When you're talking regarding research methodology, it gives a well-planned idea to the researcher to keep on track. Otherwise researcher को track के बाहर जाने में time नहीं लगेगा. So research methodology keep a researcher on track. Research methodology is the process to make your research smooth, effective and manageable. Then and then it is only possible. Smooth, effective and manageable. And in initial days, researcher is in confused state, or researcher have to take decision which type of data methodology they want to use. Which type of data methodology they want to use, whether quantitative, qualitative or combination of this. Yes, in initial days, such type of confusion is in our researcher mind, new researcher mind. So today's seminar is answer of all the questions. We have expert with us, so I am not talking much more on research methodology, but definitely today's seminar will give you a smooth, effective and manageable way to fulfill your research. और जो डॉक्टरेट यहाँ पे है, it's my humble request to all doctors कि प्लीज आपके कलीग्स, आपके कोऑर्डिनेट को हेल्प करो फॉर रिसर्च, ताकि उनका रिसर्च अच्छे से कंप्लीट हो. एंड रिसर्चर प्लीज डोंट गिव एक्सेस, बिकॉज नाउ डेज पीएचडी इज कंपल्सरी. यू हैव टू इनरोल फॉर रजिस्टर फॉर पीएचडी. आपको रजिस्टर करना ही है, राइट. आई पुट इन अदर वे, मंजिल तो मिल ही जाएगी, मंजिल तो मिल ही जाएगी, भटक कर ही सही. गुमराह तो है जो घर से निकले ही नहीं, गुमराह तो है जो घर से निकले ही नहीं. विद दिस आई convey my best wishes to new researcher, and I wish you all the best, and have a nice day in Priyadarshini JL College of Engineering. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your motivating words. Friends, knowledge is one step ahead of information, and that is why we say spending few minutes with knowledgeable one is like reading hundreds of books. And fortunately, today we have with us Honorable Dr. Martin F. Desimone, Professor, Buenos Aires, Argentina, as his honor for this event. Online platform. Before moving to sir, I take privilege to quote his brief introduction here. Dr. Martin is a professor in the Department of Chemical Science in the Faculty of Pharmacy and Biotechnology of the University of Buenos Aires, and also a principal researcher at CONICET, Argentina. Sir has received his PhD from the University of Buenos Aires, Argentina. He was a postdoctoral visiting scientist at the University of Basque Country in Spain. He leads a research team working on a nanocomposite and hybrid materials for biomedical applications. He has established collaboration with the national and international teams, contributing to the work of 10 PhD and 2 master students under his expert guidance. He is recipient of several awards, including Award for the National Academy of Pharmacy and Biochemistry, Award Innovator in the category Applied Research, received in 2
consecutive years, 2016 and 17, from the Ministry of Science, Technology and Productive Innovations, Argentina. The distinct Dr. George A. Balserio 15 edition received in the Argentina Senate, which is the upper house of the Argentina National Congress, International Association of Advanced Material Medal of the year 2018, Sweden, and the Academic Excellence for the University of Buenos Aires in 4 consecutive years. He is co-founder of the startup enterprises Hybridon, which is producing nanotechnological applications. He has co-authored more than 120 international scientific publications, 17 book chapters and 4 patents. Now, ladies and gentlemen, without wasting much time, let's have pleasure to listen to Honorable Dr. Martin, sir.
वीडियो है मेरे पास फोटो तो मेरी हिमांशु सर से निकलवा लेना, वो निकाल के देंगे कि ना सर आपकी तो फोटो उस दिन मैंने उनको भी कहा था आप निकाल दीजिए, तो आपके ना सर वो वाले उनने हाँ उसमें एक्सपर्ट लेक्चर में वो हिमांशु सर अच्छे से निकाल पाएंगे, उनको पता है कि कहाँ पर लेंगे डेढ़ की, उस दिन उनने मुझे बताया था डेढ़ की, उसमें वहीं जा रहे हैं आप सीरियस में, हाँ तो बस वो निकाल लेंगे।
I guess speaker is off there. Mute. I request all the online participants to please switch off, keep on mute your volume.
Request him to unmute.
I request Martin sir to please unmute. So we are not listening anything. Martin sir, am I audible to you? Sir, we are unable to listen you. Please unmute, sir.
Is it okay for you?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you so much.
It's okay?
Yes, sir. So welcome.
Thank you very much for the invitation. I don't know what happened, but at one point I stopped.
Now fine, sir. Yes, sir, we can proceed.
I would like to acknowledge the invitation to participate in this important seminar. I would like to present a lecture based on 4 main topics. The application,
Once again, I request to all the speaker. It's quite disturbing. Still we are having
I'm hearing some of you talking. Okay, you should okay, I will talk about nanoparticles. Nanoparticles are different ways. Okay, yes. Okay.
Yes, Martin sir, we can proceed now. Sorry for interruption.
Martin sir, am I audible to you?
Okay, thank you. Well, good morning again to all of you. Thank you very much for the invitation to participate in this seminar. I would like to introduce in this lecture three main topics. One is nanomaterials, especially designed for biomedical application. The second is the importance of stimuli responsive materials in this field. Then I will go through 3D bioprinting technology, and I will conclude with the concept of safety by design. In the first case, we can prepare nanoparticles from different shapes, different sizes, and it's also important that we can produce nanoparticles with different surface chemistry. For example, in the case of silicon nanoparticles, this is just one of the examples of the nanomaterials. You can generate nanoparticles of different size, employing different conditions or synthesis conditions, and then you can apply different modifications. For example, from a silicon nanoparticle with stylanol group on the surface, it's possible to introduce a chemical modification and introduce an amine group. And these kind of modifications are very important because you can change a particle with a negative theta potential to a nanoparticle with a positive theta potential. There are other interesting modifications that can be performed on the surface of the nanoparticles. And this is very important because this modification can be performed at the nanoscale level. This means that even with electron microscopy you cannot see a difference from the surface of the nanoparticle. But if you measure the theta potential of the nanoparticles, the behavior of the particles is completely different depending on the pH of the solution. For example, the amine modified nanoparticles will have a positive theta potential or near neutral theta potential value, while silicon nanoparticles possess a completely negative theta potential. And this is very important because depending on the nanoparticles you can add a small amount of different molecules. For example, in our case we can add a small amount of antibiotics, and we can see how the theta potential of the particles is changing and getting more positive when the amount of the antibiotic is increasing. So we can add different amounts of the antibiotic to the surface of these nanoparticles. This is very important because we can design nanoparticles especially with the properties to transport one specific antibiotic. For example, these nanoparticles are very good to transport gentamicin antibiotic, and we can have a second group of nanoparticles especially designed to transport a second group of antibiotics, like here that this with a higher group on the surface is very good to transport rifampicin, which is the second type of antibiotic, a completely different molecule. In addition, in a step forward, we can prepare only one nanoparticle with the ability to transport two types of antibiotics. In this case, we prepare one nanoparticle, we make the first grafting with the ability to transport or absorb the first antibiotic, then we can make a shell. So we have a core shell nanoparticle. In the shell we make a grafting with the chemical group with the ability to absorb the second graft. So we have only one nanoparticle with the ability to deliver two different types of antibiotics. This is very interesting because this is also happening at the nanoscale level, and we can have particles like here, which is a silica particle, and this is a core shell silica particle with both antibiotics. And the behavior of these particles is slightly dependent on the surface chemistry of the particles. But what is really important of these particles is that they have the ability to deliver two different molecules. One molecule is effective against gram-negative bacteria, and the other antibiotic is effective against gram-positive bacteria. So in the first case, if we evaluate the release of both antibiotics. We can see here that both are being released from this type of kosher nanoparticles. And when we evaluate antimicrobial activity of these particles, we observe that the particles alone are not effective. The particles with only rifampicin are not effective against these bacteria, but the particles with gentamicin were able to kill all of these bacteria. At the same time, happen with both when we have the kosher particles with both antibiotics, because rifampicin is not effective against this one. But when we evaluate the antimicrobial activity against Staphylococcus aureus, that is a gram-positive bacteria, we observe that the particles without antibiotics are not effective. We have activity with the particles with only rifampicin, we have activity with the particles with only gentamicin, but when we have the kosher particles with both antibiotics, the activity was significantly higher. So we can prepare this kind of nanoparticles, especially designed for a biomedical application. In addition, we can incorporate these kosher particles in collagen hydrogels. Collagen hydrogels are highly biocompatible materials, highly positive, highly porous materials with the ability to allow cells to grow on the surface of these materials. Please remember that collagen is the main protein in our bodies, in the tissues of our bodies. And we can incorporate this and prepare a biomaterial with the ability to deliver these antibiotics from these kosher, from these nanocomposites now, and these materials were effective for more than 10 days. Indeed, we evaluate biomaterials or these nanocomposites in this case to see if they produce any to evaluate the biocompatibility in rabbits. We observed that there were no signs of inflammation, and we evaluate these biomaterials in an infection model where we put the biomaterial with the kosher particles with antibiotics, biomaterial with the kosher particles without antibiotics, and only collagen hydrogel. And we observe that when we use the kosher, the composite, the kosher particles with both antibiotics, this system was able to eliminate more than 99% of the bacteria present in the infection model. In addition, when we use a composite without antibiotics, there are inflammatory cells present in the site of the wound, while in the case when we use the composite with both antibiotics, there was less bacteria because we eliminated more than 99% of the bacteria, and they weren't present any inflammatory cells in the site of the wound. So the material designed was really effective to eliminate infection. That is one of the main reasons of rejection of implants. We also designed biomaterials for bone tissue engineering, because the materials have the composition of inorganic pillars together with biomaterials like collagen. These materials are also biocompatible with cells of the body, and we implanted these materials in the bones of rats, and we observed that these materials were very interesting to promote the formation of new bones around the site of the implantation. So these biomaterials are two candidates for bone tissue engineering. But we also keep the attention on what happens if these nanoparticles get in contact with the cells of the red blood system. So we evaluate the interaction of nanoparticles through flow cytometry with monocytes, that are cells involved in the immune system reaction. And we observe that nanoparticles with a small size, less than 10 nanometers, can interact with these cells without producing the activation of the cells, and the proliferation of the cell was not affected. So these nanoparticles are true candidates to deliver different therapeutic molecules. But when nanoparticles of larger size, there was an increase on the production of inflammatory markers, inflammatory molecules, and the proliferation of the cells was significantly lower. So this has a pro-inflammatory effect and could be used as a pursuant in the development of vaccines, for example. Also, surface chemistry was very important of these nanoparticles. As I mentioned before, it is important to the surface chemistry to tune which molecules can be absorbed on the surface of the nanoparticles, but the surface chemistry is also important to see what happens in the interaction with the cell. And once again, nanoparticles with negative zeta potential can interact with or affect the proliferation of the cells, can induce the production of molecular markers on the surface of the cells and the production of inflammatory cytokines. While nanoparticles with a positive zeta potential, this means that have an amine group on the surface, do not affect cell proliferation nor induce the production of inflammatory molecules. So once again, the design of the particles is really important. Now I would like to mention the second topic that is very interesting nowadays, and it's the development of stimuli responsive materials. These materials possess the ability to change their morphology, their structure, upon the application of a certain stimuli. These stimuli can be change in the pH, change in temperature, light, electrochemical stimuli, and this change can favor, for example, the delivery of different molecules. In this case, we prepare a silk protein that has the abilities to release an antibiotic molecules, and when we apply the stimulus, here is the material without the stimulus. The release is very small. When we apply the stimulus, we increase the release of the biomolecule. Then we stop the stimulus and the release was very slow, and when we apply again, we increase again the delivery of these molecules. Then we stop and there is a very small release from the biomaterial, and we apply again, increase again the release of the biomolecule. So it's very important to tune the molecules. Then we move to 3D bioprinting. This technology is very important nowadays because you can produce different molecules employing this technology, and this is an additive manufacturing technology, and you can prepare different layers of materials employing this technology. As you can see here, these biomaterials are very interesting nowadays. And with this technology, our interest is to develop materials or scaffold for wound healing application. We can design the material in our computers and then apply to this technology to produce them. And what is interesting is that we can produce different types of biomaterials. For example, here, you can see that the material is highly porous, and you can use this porosity of the material to incorporate different therapeutic molecules. For example, we make a work incorporating these silver nanoparticles to provide the material with antimicrobial activity. We also use some plant extracts to provide the material with antioxidant or antimicrobial effects, or to improve the biocompatibility of the materials. For example, here, this is our recent work of a 3D printed biomaterial loaded with cannabis sativa oil. This material is very interesting because it has antimicrobial activity, antioxidant activity, is highly biocompatible. And in a similar approach, we can print these biomaterials loaded with silver ion, and after printing of the material, we can expose the material to different to UV light during different times, and we can obtain in situ synthesis of silver nanoparticles inside of our material, as you can see here. And this material will have now antimicrobial effect due to the presence presence of the silver nanoparticles inside the material. And now to go to the last point of this talk, I would like to mention to you the importance of the nanotoxicology nowadays. We have a lot of nanoparticles in development. Nowadays the application increases really very fast. But what is growing in this field is the concept of nanotoxicology, because we now know that there are some properties of nanomaterials that can be detrimental to human beings or to environment. So it is important to have this concept in mind, because we can be exposed to nanoparticles during their production, during their use, or during their final disposal. And the properties of these nanoparticles can affect the environment, and there are also environmental factors that can affect the toxicity or the effect on the humans and the earth in general. In this case, we have properties from the nanoparticles like the size, charge, the synthetic procedure, the surface chemistry, and other parameters that I mentioned. There are also different mechanisms of toxicity that goes from the mechanical effect of the nanoparticles, but also oxidative stress is one of the main mechanisms well known nowadays, cytotoxicity, genotoxicity, inflammation, and there are environmental factors that can affect the toxicity of this material. So this concept is very important nowadays when we develop nanomaterials, so we must use the concept of safety first design, as you can see here, because in this sense you must develop nanomaterials for a decided application, but during the design of the nanoparticles you must use the concept of safety. This means that these materials must be sure for the end user of this material. So you can produce different types of nanoparticles, solid, porous, non-porous, hollow. You can draft different molecules on the surface of the nanoparticles, put different, make them respond to different stimuli, or incorporate drugs or dyes on these particles. And in this sense, what is really important is the gene synthesis procedure, because they are safer, they don't use contaminating material to produce these nanoparticles, they don't use a lot of energy to produce them, so they are environmentally friendly procedures to produce these things in synthesized nanomaterials. And here we have produced different of them, for example zinc, copper, nickel, silver, ferrite. You can see different types of material. And this is very important nowadays. We worked in this field with Professor Facuty Chaudhary, that is there now. And we produce also different issues in this field, because it's really important nowadays to go in this field that is gaining attention worldwide. Well, our next steps in our lab is to impact the process of learning and teaching. We work in different postgraduate and undergraduate courses. We would like to expand our research projects and outreach activities, and foster partnerships and collaboration with different groups worldwide. We already have some collaboration with Europe, for example Germany, France, United Kingdom, Italy, Spain, and also with North America, USA, Canada, and also now I have some collaboration with your country also, especially with Professor Facuty, that is there. So thank you very much for your attention. Here is my contact information if you want to contact me, and also I invite you to contact me through different social network that we usually use to provide information about our recent work. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for covering such a burning topic of nanotechnology and 3D printing. Thank you so much. Friends, a seminar is a celebration of knowledge. And in order to enhance the majesty of this event, we have among us a persona who is personality of distinct vision, a fountainhead of illuminating ideas, an adult of knowledge and experience, and an inspiration to all of us. None other than Chief Guest of today's program, Honorable Dr. Vivek Nanoti Sir, Director Engineering, Lokmanya Tilak Jan Kalyan Shikshan Sanstha, Nagpur. And today, I am privileged enough to put forward some of the glimpses of his brief introduction. Dr. Nanoti Sir is presently adorning very prestigious post of Director Engineering, LTJSS, Priyadarshini Group of Institution, Nagpur, Member Senate, RTM Nagpur University, and NAC SSR. Sir has teaching and administrative experience of more than 30 years. In this journey, he has headed various prestigious posts like Principal, Priyadarshini Institute of Engineering and Technology, Nagpur, 2014 to 21, Professor and Dean Academics, First Year LTJSS, Priyadarshini College of Engineering, Nagpur, National Executive Council Member, Indian Society of Technical Education, ISTE, 2012 to 14, Secretary cum Treasurer, ISTE, Maharashtra Goa Section, 2003 to 5 and 2009 to 11, SMC ISTE, Maharashtra Goa Section, 2006 to 2008, Editor ISTA Maharashtra Goa Section Newsletter 2003 to 2011. Sir has awarded with various awards like National Best Teacher Award, Most Promising Engineering College Teacher 2005, Bharat Jyoti Award for Excellence in Education and Research 2012, Outstanding Academic Leader for 2019 by CEGR. While talking about contribution in research, Sir did his doctoral work under sponsorship of Department of Atomic Energy at BAP, Mumbai. He has contributed to total 140 research papers with 385 citations. He has coordinator of many ISTE, NITTR, STTPs, and convener of many national conferences. Sir is guiding many students, out of them 13 are awarded. His area of interest are material science, nanomagnetic materials, soft ferrites, hexaferites. He worked as editor-in-chief for International Journal of Knowledge Engineering. Sir has visited more than 15 countries for academic meetings and conferences. Sir headed many funded projects. He was head of SLICE project, collaborative venture with European Union and Israel, worth rupees 50 lakh. Sir headed Jean Monnet project, worth rupees 21 lakh. Headed Green Economy project, worth rupees 54 lakh. Best Selection Award for the National as a Secretary cum Treasurer IST Maharashtra Goa Section 2005. Many Best Paper Awards in national and international conferences, book published and delivered more than 3,000 guest lectures on various topics. Sir has provided corporate training at many reputed firms like Western Coalfield, Ordnance Factory, Mahindra & Mahindra, SBF Life Insurance, Samsung, and many more industries. Sir has delivered 500 plus webinars not only in India but around the globe. And friends, today we are favored enough to get guidance of this personified persona. So ladies and gentlemen, without taking much time, let's have pleasure to invite Dr. Nanoti sir. Please sir.
Thank you, Dr. Shruti. Very good afternoon to all of you. Honorable renowned scientist, Dr. N.B. Singh sir, thank you so much sir for being here and sharing a dais with him. Is an honor. Of the dais, Ratiram Chaudhary sir, Senate, and I could see the paper you have shared on green synthesis with Dr. Martin. Dr. Martin, who has joined online, and we just had a very wonderful piece of research work what he wanted to be into. So 3D printing, bio 3D printing, and these things are something which we really want to see and look forward. And wound healing, imparting nanoparticles into the body and get those things healed and all that. Very important session. Thank you Dr. Martin for that wonderful presentation. Our own principal of this organizing institution, Priyadarshini J.L. Chaturvedi College of Engineering, a wonderful academician, administration, one of very few DSCs in Nagpur, Dr. Abhay Shende, Dr. N.B. Singh, who is a resource person also and a guest of honor today, Dr. Martin, convener of this conference, Dr. Kavita Gaur, co-convener Dr. Ajit Harde, of the dais Dr. Rati Ram Chaudhary, other senior faculty members of this institution, other institutions, participating institutions, all those scientists and professors who have joined this session online and offline, are very, very welcome to all of you for this session of next 15 minutes. Friends, yeah, 15 minutes I have already cleared that, right? It is very important. Time. So, research, right? And research methodology. This term was like not very old, you know. Earlier people were passionate about research. And I remember when I completed my doctorate in 1994, and there were many of them who used to take 8 years, 9 years. I have one of my friends who did pharmacy PhD in 11 years, but without any repenting on that time span what he has spent on. I mean, he was happy, like I have completed 8 years and I have only 2 papers now and I may take another 2.5 years, and yes, in 10 years my doctorate will be done. I have seen many students, like for example with Garg sir, with all chemistry, physics people, and they were like mission oriented, goal oriented. These 5 papers, this product has to be, has to function like the way it is predicted earlier. See, the true research would be you plan something and you have to reach to that goal. You will not do any compromises on that road of success, right? I have decided a product which will work for something. That application is already in mind. You have done all the literature survey. You did all possible patent survey, and now you have designed the method, the methodology, the procedure, the step-by-step, the preparations, techniques, everything, and that path is now designed. So that is the method, research method. But once that is decided, no compromises, at least with respect to time. But the days are changed, and now we are like, we can reframe again and again, and to see to it that yes, it will go within time, like Dr. Gaur Madam has already said, smart goals, like it has to be time bound, specific, measurable, everything has to be some limits, right? So research, if it is a thing, and this term I came across with my mentor Dr. J.P. Modak sir, who did 70 plus workshops pan India and world, also in South America, Mexico also. We when our research methodology workshop was conducted, Dr. J.P. Modak, and because of him I get into this method. Otherwise, when I did my doctorate, I never thought of having a methodology to be designed and reach to the goal within 3 years, 3.5 years, and a writing completion in next 1 year and 5 years would be a success story. That was not a game plan those days. But then when Dr. Modak told me, no, Dr. Nanoti, you have to see to it that it has to be time bound. It should have these many products, like 3 research papers, 3 SCI, 3 scopus, 2 patents, copyrights, and there was a formula, and hence research methodology. And it is very, very important topic. I congratulate the college convener, co-convener for having this topic considered for this wonderful seminar. Now, 2 important points. When we talk about research, we forget whether it is an education process or whether it will lead to innovation. So world is talking about innovation. People want innovation. People want solutions to the existing problems. May it be software, may it be hardware, may it be these biomedical sciences, may it be waste management, may it be any problems, issues around and in and around our campuses, our cities, a global city for that matter. There are thousands of problems. And by doing in the process of research, will it be possible for us to address one of those problems is something, it's a high time to think. Otherwise also we are spending 3 to 4 years on that research. Why not to address something which will be useful to some industry, some societal problem? At least it will kickstart to reach to certain solution with your attempt. I mean, trying something absolutely and purely academic thing which will just raise the number of papers into that particular domain should not be the target. So I recently just thought of like innovation. And when you see innovation, next, it's a full screen, so you just Take a key there or mouse. Yes. So fourth revolution of industry we all know. I will not talk on that. But the point is to match fourth revolution of industry. And the important point is after pandemic, our own students, our own researchers are very much knowledge oriented, product oriented. I was surprised to see the growth in startups, the growth in the required and needed products to the society through research. I mean, now these are the days when even undergrad student is contributing very heavily into some research. Even a postgraduate student is contributing to a very fruitful research. If that is happening and if nothing is coming out at PhD level, would be a shameful thing. Because I could see first year students are doing research, second year students are carrying out research which are leading to a product, patent and a wonderful startup, giving an actual example of converting knowledge into money, knowledge into wealth, knowledge into growth of the country, knowledge into the societal upgradation, knowledge into the industrial growth. I mean, knowledge has to reach to all these things which will need innovation. For that innovation we need research, and for that research we need a exact research methodology. So fourth revolution we know, and then for that we need to educate. I mean, people have forgotten that yes, for doctorate also we have to learn, we have to get classes done, we have to do a lot of practicals, we have to, it's a bigger degree, right? UG, PG and PhD. So when you are going there, please be ready for learning. Please be ready for trial and error of a lot of things. So fourth revolution becomes like what? It's about education. And education should produce innovation. And now it is not doctorate, it is not PG. Every single education, may it be anything, I mean it's a school education for that matter. Kids are doing amazing innovation these days. One of the major contribution in this country among innovation, kids are responsible. There are 7th standard, 8th standard and 9th standard students who are carrying international patents worth rupees crores and few $1 million pan world. I mean, research is, I mean, it has different scene now. As it is, you are spending 3-4 years. Just for sake of degree, please don't do that. I mean, it's just a wastage. Fine, you get a degree. I guided, like I started guiding, it was also Dr. Modak only who got my form even signed. He filled my form for supervision and got it with me and said, sir, Nanudik, please, can you sign this now? I want you to see as a PhD guide. And he did all that thing, 7 copies and submitted to university. Thanks to him, I could guide more than 13 students till date. But fine, I mean, then still I found that, I mean, the level of innovation, how to stop that repetition, how to come out with something eureka, how to find something like people in general will talk about, come on, that was a great research. How to understand and get that image built of physics when history people, geography people and environmental guys will say, come on, this physics was great. How a commerce person can appreciate physics research? It can only happen if you think interdisciplinary. If you are talking about multidisciplinary, and innovation should be clearly seen. And then even if you have achieved that position 20%, 10% into one doctorate program, fine, another 3-4 doctorate program you will reach to the product wherein people will remember you, country will remember you, at least one industry will talk about you. Come on, this was a group of those 3 PhD students. That's why we are like, we are cheaper, we are lighter, we are more economical, we are more efficient because of these 3 doctorates is something which I want to put across a different thought into this seminar. Next. So anything, I mean, people don't talk about, when I ask what is so new in your thing, and they say their earlier people have used zinc and nickel and I have used copper and I have used magnesium. I say, come on, for me nickel, copper, magnesium or whatever, or all lanthanides for that matter, or all rare earth for that matter is same for me. How does it matter you change copper to nickel and nickel to magnesium and lanthanum to something? Sorry, it doesn't click general mind, right? Even most of us are engineers here, audience. How does it matter? So I said this is not clicking to my mind. I mean, how it has got changed. So it's not only that. So then they say, what is new? New is any idea, new is any innovation, new is any method, any product, any method. If you just change a method and the entire process gets minimized, entire process get cheaper, entire process get efficient, entire methodology and final product gets affordable, more useful, more green friendly. We should take care of environment. Everything must have a green component to it. Otherwise, your technology is failing. People, we shifted to electric vehicles and people are now blaming about the electric bills. And that electric bills comes from where? Coal? Yes. All those EVs are running on the roads, are not creating the pollution on the roads, but the electricity consumption has raised so much, which is indirectly what? It is not at all renewable energy. It is using coal energy. Our own, we are, of course, if we are using a solar and we are charging through that solar to that, it happens very rarely. So then finally we are not contributing with respect to carbon footprint, we are not contributing even by using EV if we are charging it on the energy which we are getting from MSCB or regular state electricity board. They are using renewable, renewable energy. That stock will go it will vanish in some days. So finally, are we contributing to environment is to be thought at back of mind for every single research which you will want to do. So new idea. So innovation is a process. That is the important point. We will not, we cannot find out mobile phone first time. Somebody has invented. Somebody has discovered. Somebody has created that innovation. Pen drive, first time somebody, invented pen drive. We are not expected to do all that. Eureka researchers, which will be like world will be seen differently. We don't want that. We just want that we will contribute to something which is newer version of even old thing. A newer version of old thing, and that is sufficient. So anything, any device, any product, any method, any process, if it is done differently in benefit of its efficiency enhancement, then it is fine. Next, we'll target to that only. Levels of research. People are like, fine, DRDO, ISRO, people are working rigorously and they are doing amazing work. They are official scientists and they are doing great work. Fine, I'm like very happy with that. DRDO is doing much better than Russia's and America's defense. ISRO is doing much time in many, aspects is better than NASA. And Indian scientists are doing amazing, fantastic, salute to them. Who are other people who are doing research? Kids. And we are wondered, like, kids are doing so good research. Yes, go to National Innovation Foundation and find out 3 lakh kids and grassroots workers who have done outstanding innovations. And who is responsible for that? Who was their guide? In 7th standard, can somebody guide on automation? Can somebody guide, can a teacher of 7th standard student, can she, and that too most of them are from villages. I was so surprised. I did that survey and I was surprised that not city students. Even if you consider Nagpur as a city, Nagpur has lakhs of students into a school, like consider a patch of 5th standard to 12th standard. And if you do a survey in Nagpur, you will find 10 researches which are like acclaimed, which are patented among these students, right? And then we don't care about that. And वही यहाँ से थोड़ा go 100 kilometers towards villages. Go to Bhandara, go to Chandrapur, go to on this side to Kalmeshwar, Kamti, Katol, Koradi, and you will find those schools are contributing to the research like anything, which is internationally acclaimed, which is national award winning sessions. That is a surprise and question mark to all of you and all of us, that how it is possible that a student of a school, Centerpoint, Bhavans and modern school, the cream class students, they are too smart to believe in magic, miracles and innovations. And a school just here from, in a place 50 kilometers, 80 kilometers Bhandara, and there is a Pavan Public School, and then Pavan Public School has at least 10 research registered nationally. And the school has the students who can't pay fees. And their parents are not even 10th pass. And the research is national level. Why it happens? Because those kids are fresh in mind. Those kids think problem solving attitude. Those kids are actually facing the problems and hence they are getting solutions. So innovation lies among kids also. Then innovation, India is famous for jugaad technology, right? So all grassroots workers like technicians, mechanics, car mechanics, farmers for that matter, pump mechanic, doing amazing research. So is that an innovation? Yes, it's an innovation. Are those kids doing amazing work? Is that an innovation? Yes, it is an innovation. Can it get a PhD? Yes, I say 3 PhDs. But he is not eligible because he is 9th standard student. He may skip the education after 10th standard and go for farming with his parents. I mean, that is the state of affair in country like India. So the two research minds are not even reaching to the grad program. Postgraduate and PhD is a different story. So innovation lies in mind. Innovation lies in the need. Innovation lies in the zeal. The desire, the fire to do something, that I have to solve this problem, that's all. And if that fire, that desire, we teachers, we researchers, we scientists, if we can keep that spark alive among these kids, solutions to problems are very easy than these days. Because we believe, the moment I am MSc, I am MTech, I am PhD, my thing got zoomed down to such a narrow focus कि उसमें तो मेरे को आया and I can't see anything into that. So see to it that if you really want to see innovation, please tap these kids, please tap these grassroots innovators, farmers, Ayurvedic, all those uneducated Ayurvedic doctors without any degrees. They have amazing solutions to hundreds of medicines, but they do not have patent because they are not doctors, because they are not even undergrad or post-graduation. So that is an issue. And fourth is like, yes, which we see on the name of research, is thousands of PhD students pan-India, pan-world. You go to every 10 kilometers and you will find a research center, a science college, and producing hundreds of PhDs. And I don't know, no comments on that, like what level of innovation and what level of contribution to the research or solutions to any of the problems having the local society, how many problems are solved, and that is a big question mark and a topic to debate. But research kisko, what to call research? Are those research the theses on which like nobody has opened after the submission of it, and nobody has referred also, because it has produced only one SCI paper. वो पेपर कोई पढ़ेगा नहीं पढ़ेगा, and then it is all gone. So what is research and what is innovation is again a question mark. So we think like, let us think on these lines that we need to shift our focus from PhD, from research to innovation. PhD can be a byproduct. You will get it PhD, no issues. But let PhD be not be the target. Otherwise you will keep on producing. There are people who have 100 PhD produced, and there can be maybe more than that. But of course, salute to those people, those who have made people, research to that level. Even Dr. Morak, I guess he has completed some 70 plus PhD doctorates under him. Fine, fantastic. But what is the net contribution of that to the society, to certain industry, to certain sector, is again, we need to study. Next. So what we can do that is out of sensitizing the minds of people, sensitizing and making them curious, making them inquisitiveness as their integral part of their research, as the part of education, as a part of day-to-day life. If that is happening, PhD scholars will come out. This is a simple diagram which I love. I target this to people. Whenever I talk to undergraduate students, I understand that who is mainly into right brain and who are into left brain. Right brain people are, they have intuitions. They believe in magic, they believe in miracles, they believe in something which has not seen, they believe in something which has not, yet registered, and then only you can go for innovation, right? If you want to Google something, if I claim this is new, and if you want to Google it, that process itself is wrong. Because when I am claiming I am doing something new, how can you find it on Google? So the moment you are asking to get and reference back to finding out in Google, and let me check the papers into that topic, sorry, that's not an innovation. Different perspective hai ye, and it is need of an hour now. People are working into very different domain, and research methodology has to be handled innovation based. And then people talk about ideas. Sorry, I don't get any idea. I ask students, how many of you have a new idea? Whatever you have learned, you have done telecommunication, you have done mechanical, electrical, whatever. Come out with some new idea, and they just surrender. Sorry, there is no new idea. I see, and they say, there is no creativity. Can you not think critically so that to lead to certain problem and look at that problem statement to come out with some solution? They say, sorry, we are not creative. Sorry, there is no critical thinking is missing. People are talking from the dais. Critical thinking is missing into the Indian education system. So why? So critical education nahi hai, creativity is an issue, then how come innovation will come out of that? PhD degrees can come, of course. Of course, there can be, if India is producing 1,000 PhD, maybe next year it can be 5,000. So how does it matter? And why to produce so many? Point is, if you map the research into certain different domain, complete एक अलग arena है. एक चैप्टर, दो चैप्टर स्कीम, रिसर्च, रिजल्ट्स एंड डिस्कशन एंड पेपर, पेटेंट, PhD. Different. Everybody knows it. Now, innovation, research, contribution is something altogether different. Actually, it has to be an overlap. What Martin was talking about, he was talking about every single application what he is doing. If you have done a nanoparticles, I found it very close to my heart because my all students and I have been doing and preparing nanoparticles, making those nanoparticles, finding certain applications. Hypothermia is an application we have been working into for cancer treatment, which that nanoparticles will be injected. Our own hexaferrites which my students have prepared, that hexaferrite, the beads are formed into nano size, and that nano bead size are injected into the the body, and it reaches to the thing where tumor is there. We had so many meetings with so many doctors on this thing, and the tumor will get heated to the extent, and how it will be done? A magnetic material, it's a magnetic material, hexaferrite, it will go there, we will arrange magnets from outside the body, it's absolutely zero blood therapy, it will go there, and that bead is being magnetic, it will get magnetized and it will reach to its Curie temperature, and that temperature is sufficient to burn that tumor and not dangerous to burn the other relevant tissues and all that in the area. So research is done. The moment you talk to doctor, research is worth. The moment you talk, one of my students, like 4 years back, 2019 pass out, is working on biomedical startup. He is doing amazing. He is working with 3 Nagpur's top ENT specialists. He is a mechanical pass out, but he is into 3D printing designs, and he has created a simulated hardware. We talk about simulation. He said, I am working on simulation, and I thought simulation is on the screens, right? He said, no sir, that simulation I 3D print it, and then doctor can actually operate into a very delicate pipes between nose to eyes, nose to throat, and those things can be done actually, and with a similar kind of softness to those tissues. Is a mechanical plain graduate is doing this level of research, and 3 of the doctors are helping him, 3 expert ENT specialists, and he has a startup and he is delivering his product to so many countries. This is what I understand by research. Now he doesn't even desire to get MTech program. He don't want to go for MTech. He said, sir, I am done. I had a research mind. I always wanted to contribute to research, and here I am. This is my startup. One ENT specialist was so much tempted to his product, he said, let us start a new company with together, making him a partner. BE Mechanical from PCE passed out, a senior ENT specialist is asking and offering कि हम 2 मिलके partner बनते यार, please let us form a company. So that boy has 3 startups now and doing amazing. Is something I call as a research, is something we understand as an innovation. Small kids are doing so many good things and we are not considering them as a research is a problem. Instead, look, inspire them, motivate them, nurture them, be a part of their own research, and why not to go ahead with that? 3 years back, a small kid, we all use washing machines, right? We all use washing machines. And washing machine is what? A simple thing, a tap water is coming, that tub gets filled, you put some soap. If it's an automatic, fine, clothes gets rolled on and then water comes out. So that only Aishaman Nayak of Rajasthan, he used to watch that washing machine. He was a 7th standard student. He used to watch that washing machine daily. Next, I think I have that picture also I have included. Next, please. Next slide. You just click on that pad. Next. I think next. Yes, a small screenshot I have taken that you can see the leftmost picture of washing machine, right? He is an Ayushman Nayak and he is from Rajasthan. So we know water scarcity. What he said, that see what comes to your mind when you wash your clothes, what comes to your mind? Clothes should get cleaned and I have to iron them and I have to send to laundry, and these are clothes which are more soiled and dusted and whatever. Ayushman was thinking that input water and output water is same. He said, he talked to his mother and said, Mama, that input water and output water are almost same. She said, no. So what's the difference? Difference is the output water, the drainage pipe gives out of same water with slight dust, dirt and soap. That's all. But the water is same. And the idea popped up. See the thought process. This is something which we are missing into. That observation, that curiosity, and the solution was found. What was that? See, the water is same, only there is slight dust, dirt and soap, which we have added, right? So fine, I have a filter, my 6th standard, I had a science exhibition, he is told. In science exhibition, I prepared a small filter with some sand and with some wood wool and all that. उससे तो ये तीनों चीजें निकल जाती हैं. So the output water, drainage pipe, I will connect my filter now. He prepared his own filter. He connected that. Water coming out of was the same as that of tap water. We don't want to drink that water otherwise also. So you just have a tullu pump now, another of 100 rupees, and bring that water to the tub again. And so in one tub of water, with zero electricity consumption of a filter, hundreds of shirts and pants can be washed. So nobody cares about this. I mean, is it not an innovation? Ayushman Naik got National Innovation Award for this innovation. Thanks to his teachers who were so motivating, who were so inspiring. They said, come on, this is a research. You are a scientist. See, ये बोलने के लिए भी दिल लगता है. आपका फर्स्ट ईयर का स्टूडेंट को आप PhD आओ आप और आपको फर्स्ट ईयर स्टूडेंट आपको सिखा रहा है, तो यू फील लाइक सॉरी, no, it is not like that. अपना काम कर. You had a back papers in second year and first semester. Sorry. She said, you are a scientist. And Ayushman loaded, uploaded that normal pencil sketch of that washing machine, whatever is there, and a one-page write-up to National Innovation Foundation, and got President's Award of Ignite Award of Innovation of the Year. And such thousands of innovation when we really found, okay, this was that. And then we don't care about. And such thousands of innovations are worth 10 PhD programs. Because you need to design now, right? So design, 8th standard, people are not designer, people are not mechanical engineer, kids are not chemical engineer to exactly, segregate the components and all that. Sorry, he doesn't know anything. He was just finding out that both waters are same. Next. So the point is, please care, if most of the audience are teachers also here, see to it that this picture, this is what I was talking about. The first leftmost picture is of Pawan Public School Nagpur, Bhandara, Nagpur district, and Bhandara, those kids redesigned a regular wooden cutting machine. Their parents were wood cutters. And they saw that daily there was some shirt torn off, their nails out, somewhere blood, because that was an RE machine kind of thing. So they thought they had an sympathy, they had an empathy, and they said, why our parents get injured daily into their day-to-day job? And those men were like, officially ki itna to lagta hi hai. And so they designed a separate wood cutting machine at the age of what? 12 years. And they also got top 10 ranking in the National Innovation Ignite Awards. And that is why when I searched all such researches, 90% are lying in villages and only 10% into the cities. I don't know why. Next. So please see to it, such are the innovations. This can only happen if you come out of your laboratories, if you go out of your classrooms, if you go out of your research centers, if you go and talk to industry, if you go to talk to social, NGOs who are flooded with the problem. Talk to NGO and you will find there will be hundreds of problems wherein technology interference is needed. Hundreds of, in Nagpur at least, I have tied up with 20 NGOs on green aspect. And then they have thousands of problems. They say, sir, ये वाला solve कर दीजिए. Sir, this is urgent. Sir, this is such serious problem. They have series of problems, and we take what? We serve previous thesis, and offshoot of thesis become our PhD research. Please don't do that. Research is not for that. I mean, even if you do that, even if you do this, it will take 3 to 4, 5 years, but research will be, it will have its name, fame and contribution next. So please try to collaborate. Research, it will give you, these are general benefits we all look forward for. Why we do PhD? We want promotion, we want name, fame, recognition, travel to good foreign universities, meeting great people, reaching to industries. All those benefits will be there, still will be there. There are many who have not done doctorate are still fetching all these important outcomes and benefits of research, even if they are not PhD. So please see to it that these will be there. Next. Literature review based on offshoot. These are typical research methodology, options. We all know, those who have done doctorate, they will definitely, agree with me that either it is literature review based, we will rigorously do some literature review and we'll find, okay, these are the gaps and this is not done, this is where we can work, is a typical way of deciding a research task. So number one, number two, offshoot of executed research. This is the best and easiest thing. You find a research center and then you find a guide and he will tell, I have another 18 students already passed out under my guidance, so he will hand over the thesis, previous thesis, and see, he has done this, he has done, she has done that, and this work, future scope of the last chapter in every thesis becomes my problem statement. And that is what I understand the offshoot of executed research. Sorry. And then simulation based, because I want to sit at home and I'll do it on my laptop and I'll do some magic with some MATLAB and with something and I'll finish up my doctorate to say next day say मैं doctor हो जाऊंगा. So what? I mean, it's not done. So why not be reaching the unreached is the second option, exploring all government schemes to develop. Why I'm saying the last option is government through hackathons and through all industrial skill development programs. They have thousands and thousands of problems chalked out. You just name chemical engineering, physics, chemistry, maths. They have an official problem statement, set of problem statement. Why not to act upon that? Why can't we have our research? This is one of the basic research methodology initiation. That find out those problems from those hackathons. Hackathon problems are amazing. And these days, after 2014, this new government, what they have done is, I had been to all these skill development offices in Delhi many times, and what they have done is, all industries have came together, and they have found out the problems. They make a list of these problem statements, and the skill development department of Government of India, they have wonderful, extraordinary PhD people into those offices, and those offices create these problem statements. And now they want colleges, schools, teachers, industries, R&D departments of industry, R&D organization of Government of India to take up these problems. Second, they also come up with the skill sets which are in need. To run particular industry, there are certain skill sets. So they have made a list of those skill sets. They have created a skill development programs on that, so that at least if you are a graduate in engineering, if you are B and you have a skill set adopted with these courses of 1 year, now you are sufficient, intelligent, knowledgeable and skilled and competent enough to solve their problem. The problem is solving the problem. वो सबसे बड़ा problem है इंडिया में. And why not to go that? So last is exploring government scheme, useful to society, farmers, villages, schools, college, go and talk to them. Please dissolve your boundaries is something which is again very important. Because I am a physics professor. Next, I am a physics professor. So what I'll do, I'll find out my problems in physics domain. And there is no problem in this world which will be falling exactly in the category of physics subject. Sorry. ऐसा तो कभी होगा ही नहीं. It can never happen. It will only happen into the neighboring domains. If I want to do something, it will happen in pharmacy. If I want to extrapolate my research on nanomagnetic materials, the application I need to talk to doctor, talk to cancer specialist, talk to dentist. 2015-16 I started this thing. I completed my 13 doctorates and I have stopped guiding anybody now. and I'm working on all those things which somebody can be of useful of, right? So please see to it. I'm not boasting it. It's a matter of choice. It's a matter of choice to produce another 15 PhDs and be happy for their getting associate professor or principals. My students are principal also. So what? But point is, if you can start collaborating, go to industry, start meeting people. I have started meeting people. I have gone to doctors, Ayurvedic doctors, to medical, to dentistry. We have an hospital just in front of my college. We are tying up with their dentist department. We are tying up with their orthopedic department. We are taking. Let us go and meet at least. And come out of that, you will get a problem. This is a true research methodology approach. Go, talk to, dissolve your boundaries, go beyond your boundaries, and just talk. And they are so much warm in welcoming you, I tell you. One of the orthopedic और radiologist के साथ मेरी अभी meeting हुई है. They were like, physics is salute यार. Physics was difficult, most difficult subject. Physicist is something. इतना मजा आ गया, ऐसा मेरे को आज तक किसी physics वाले ने बोला नहीं था. You know, because they care. Even if you talk to any orthopedic, then you will say this orthopedic is such a great field. I can't imagine how you guys do and drill and do and change and put those screws. Can't imagine. Of course we appreciate, right? Same we will appreciate for mathematicians. Same we will appreciate for pharmacists who have done doctorate and created world-renowned drugs. We say this is so difficult. We appreciate the knowledge when we dissolve the boundaries, when we go beyond the boundaries, when we understand their contribution and we will salute them. So see to it that please dissolve the boundaries, find out problems together, and there are people who are ready to handhold you. There are people who can talk to you, who are ready to spend hours and days and months with you to reach out to the problem. Go to SIMS hospital. We are official partners and signed an MOU with SIMS, and Lokendra Singh, who is the director, is ready to offer any services, not only physical and infrastructure services but actually knowledge services. He said, sir, इसके लिए अमेरिका में मेरे डॉक्टर मैं उनसे मिलवा देता हूँ, आप एक पैथोलॉजिस्ट हमारे दिल्ली के उनसे मिलवा देता हूँ. That is the kind of services they are ready to offer. And let us collaborate and find out something very useful if we can come. Is, I understand, if new researchers next, we'll take a last slide now. Yes. So please see to it that if you really want to do survey in these areas. Learn first. We haven't learned, right? Even if we have done graduate and postgraduate, we have not done any experiential learning. We have not broken our walls of classrooms and laboratories. We have not got to industries to understand their problem. ये सब करना पड़ेगा क्योंकि learning एक छोटा पड़ रहा है हमारा. We are not truly learned even after graduation and post-graduation in terms of the world of research needs. So that is the gap. Please start learning. Do 1 year learning only. Dissolving boundaries. Find out. कहाँ नहीं जाता मैं तो I have an agenda to visit various industries. I had been to Mahindra and Mahindra, we got a problem. I had been to Baidyanath and we got a problem. I had been to SIMS hospital, we had a problem. I had been to NIMH, we got a problem. You just jump into any industry other than your domain and you find they will come up with 10 problems, and out of those any 2 clubbed is a doctorate program. It's not a big deal. It's only about thinking whether to go on this side or this side. It is only that, and that is the crust of need of today's thing. It's an era of social innovation. It's an era of social enterprise. It's an era of converting knowledge into finances, knowledge into economical growth of the country. People are working on only that, focused on that. Last I had been to Warsaw and I did a training, 12 days training on economics. And what was that economics? It was green economics, through which a European entire economics can get impacted to the points where we can go green. And that was a course I did. They never even asked me, even that Professor Mache who gave me a training, he never knew what is my specialization. He didn't ask even. I only told him that I have been working into green economy. And he never asked me that whether I am a doctorate in which subject and kind of thing. How does it matter? If I am a learner, I have accepted, I have surrendered, I don't know anything, I want to learn. That's it, sufficient. I am a ready learner is something highest qualification anyone can ask for. I am a learner and that's it. And I did a 12 days rigorous training. I got training and now I am training their students, creating a syllabi for those universities on green economy. And yes, it is now working very well. But you need to break the boundaries. I could never get a chance to get a degree abroad. never did MBA, even wanted to do always an MBA, but now in last 3 years, like in 2018 and 19, in these 2 years, I could do 4 courses in Israel on social entrepreneurship. Actually, it is the need of an hour. Social enterprise. An enterprise which will have an built-in, it will be a profit-making association, organization, but it will automatically address some social issues, is what we call as social enterprise. So innovation should lead to social innovation should lead to social enterprise, and social enterprise should address your own business, your own money making, of course, profit making organization, but addressing to some social problem which needs technical inputs of your own qualification. If you are a civil, mechanical, electrical, physics, chemistry, आपका जो भी field है, economics is an amazing field, geography is something which is so much needed. So ये field से उसको address करिए, business कर सकते हो. आप नहीं करोगे तो आपका PhD student startup शुरू कर देगा. Go to Kalinga Institute and find out like thousands of startups are there. Amazed to see that. 60-70 स्टार्टअप तो ऐसे सिंगल बिल्डिंग में है, एंड एवरी बिल्डिंग, एवरी स्टार्टअप इज हैव सम फ्यू crores of turnover, and that is where research counts. And if you see even their SCI counts, if you check their Scopus this thing citations, they are in thousands. Obviously जिसके पेटेंट बन गए, जिसके 5-6 पेपर हो गए, पर वो कहाँ पेपर हो रहे हैं? क्वालिटी ऑफ द पेपर, क्वालिटी ऑफ दोस पेटेंट, दे आर ऑलरेडी commercialized patents. So obviously there are all these are all byproducts. The PhD, citation, paper, scopus should be a byproduct and should not be thought and concentrate on that. Concentrate on research. Use these methodologies, and once you start going on this path, immense satisfaction, immense applaud from the people, contributing to society, and a net contribution to the domain of a certain latest area where you are contributing. It is very, very important. Thank you so much all of you for giving me this opportunity to understand, and I had a very different aspect of talking to research. Mainly I am talking on these topics these days because I really want to shift focus of the very research method, not that typical academic kind of, but go for society. Thank you so much once again. Shift to my last slide. For anything, I'm just last slide. बंद कर दो, स्टार्ट करके बंद कर दो, फिर स्टार्ट करो. There are many slides in between. So I'm available on my email ID, and anybody who is like watching online also, so can contact me on my WhatsApp or on my email for any further collaborations, networking, and research together. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. It was really thought-provoking, and it's always pleasure listening you. As all good things comes to an end, in ordinary life we hardly realize that it is only with the gratitude that life becomes rich. So here I invite Dr. Ajit Herde, co-convener of the seminar, to present vote of thanks. Please, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Shruti. Delegates on the dais, invitees, guests, and all dear participants. On the behalf of R&D Department, Cell PJLCE Nagpur, I, Dr. Ajit Herde, take up the pleasure to express my sincere thanks who are directly and indirectly involved in the making this program success. Firstly, I would like to express my gratitude toward our chief guest, Honorable Dr. Nanuti sir, Director Engineering, LTJSS Nagpur, for his valuable time and presence. Thank you, sir. Here I convey my sincere thanks to Honorable Dr. N.B. Singh sir, Professor Sharda University Delhi, for accepting our invitation and gracing the events. Thank you, sir. Now I offer my deep sense of gratitude to Honorable Dr. Martin sir, Professor from Argentina, for his presence in spite of his busy schedule. Thank you, sir. Now, I deeply gratitude toward the respected principal sir, Dr. A.M. Shende, for his support, inspiration and motivation. Thank you, sir. I also express my sincere gratitude toward Dr. Kavita Gaur ma'am, Dean first year and convener of today's program, for time to time guidance and for support. Thank you so much, ma'am. Further, I am immense thankful to Dr. Anjali Kadam ma'am, CEO PJLC, Dr. Praveen Pokhre sir, Higher Engineering Coordinator and Head ETC Department, Dr. Vijaya Balpande ma'am, CSE and AI Head, Dr. Ajay Mende sir, Head Electrical Engineering, Dr. Gulfam Pathan sir, the Civil Engineering Head, and Aparna Kature ma'am, Assistant Registrar PJLC, for his valuable guidance and support. Thank you all. At this moment, I am also thankful to the management of Priyadarshini Group of Engineering for the kind of financial and technical support. The success of any program even come from the well coordinated efforts of the entire team, so I am very thankful for all the team members who work hard to make this event success. Last but not least, I would like to thank the delegates and the participants for your time and participation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your words of gratitude. Now, I humbly request all to kindly rise for national anthem.
जन गण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत
अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल वंग विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंग तव शुभ नामे जागे तब शुभ आशीष मागे गाए तब सय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे. Thank you all. Ladies and gentlemen, an ending itself is a new beginning. So with this word, I conclude inaugural ceremony here. And at this moment, I request all the dignitaries, distinguished guests, invitees, participants to proceed for the group photograph at corridor of ground floor. And after that, we'll be having tea break for 10 minutes at corridor of the same floor. After high tea, we'll gather here once again for the technical session 1. I request all to please stick with time. Thank you one and all.
जन गण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल वंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे.
हेलो हेलो चेक हेलो 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 हेलो
ये लगाया क्या ऑक्स?
लगा दिया हूँ। कौन सी वाली?
ये वाला ऑक्स
पूरा लगा दिया ऑक्स मैंने।
लगाओ कैमरा से।
देख
important than knowledge. Knowledge is limited, but imagination encircles the world. You see that we thought that Bhagwan Ram came from Sri Lanka by Pushpak Viman. Whether he came by Pushpak Viman, I don't know. Nobody knew. But this idea came into mind that there was some aeroplane, something like that, and only because of that people developed and designed, manufactured, or whatever it is. So imagination is more powerful than the other thing. Every failure is a step to success. It is a statement given by Albert Einstein, a noted Nobel laureate. If you don't fail and the doctor is giving some medicine, something like that, and after some time he asks that go for a pathological test, and in the pathological test there is no sugar, that is a negative result. So it is very much important for you, it is a very positive result for you. You have to stop those medicines which the doctor has prescribed you. Swami Vivekananda has said, take risk in your life. If you win, you may lead, but if you fail, you may guide. In the case of research also, you should always try to do something new. There are chances that you can win, you can succeed, but if you fail, again there is no loss. If you win, you are the champion, you are the leader, but if you fail, you become the guide. You can advise other people that you should not do this, you should proceed like this, so you will be a good guide for that. Believe in yourself and all that you are. Know that there is something inside you that is greater than any obstacle. You don't have to be great to start, but you have to start to be great. This is a very important thing for research also. You don't have to be great. It is not that only big people, big academics in the research, but there are persons who doesn't have any background, but when they have started, they got recognition, they got good name and fame, or they got Nobel Prize also. Always believe that you can do it. You should have the confidence that when you have started doing something, you can do it, you can perform it. All the above are linked with research. You must discover what you are made for, and you must work to achieve excellence in your field of endeavor. Always try to do excellent work in the field which you have chosen. It's not that you should be only a follower. You have something which is different than others. Only then you will be recognized, otherwise nobody will recognize you. Say for example, if in this hall there are 100 students or participants with white dress, nobody bothers that who is coming or who is not coming. But if somebody is coming with a red shirt, everybody will look at him or her, oh, who is this man, why he has put red. So is the case in research also. You should do or try to do some novel and innovative work so that your work can be recognized. I did my PhD with a very great scientist, Professor R.P. Rastogi. He was 2 terms Vice Chancellor in Banaras Hindu University also, and he improved the university like anything. He was Vice Chancellor from 85 to 91, and whatever he did, still it is continuing in Banaras Hindu University. He used to tell us, even one new word in your research paper is a contribution. Even one single new word in your research paper is a contribution. Otherwise, there is no contribution. The goal in life is to make the effort to do the best you are capable of doing. Don't measure yourself by what you have accomplished, but by what you should have accomplished with your ability. The effort is what counts in everything. Your effort is important. You should make a positive effort in your career, in your research field or research activity. The goal in life is to make the effort to do the best you are capable of doing, at your job, in your community, for your country, etc. The above principles should also be followed in research. Research is our prestige. You see that before I go ahead, I must tell you that only two organizations can give you a PhD degree. University or institutions of national importance. In India, there are only two organizations, universities and institutions of national importance. They are authorized to give you any degree, whether it is undergraduate, postgraduate, or the PhD degree. In the universities, there are 5 types of universities: central universities, state universities, private universities, deemed universities, and open universities. These are the 5 categories of the universities, and they must have been recognized by University Grants Commission and the class 2F. There is a class 2F. Unless and until the universities are recognized by UGC by 2F, they are not authorized to give any degree. And Institute of National Importance, IITs, NIT, IIM, they are the institutions of national importance. So 1056 are the universities at the moment and 105 institutions of national importance. So they are the bodies which can award you degree. Research, you see that teaching in higher education institutions and teaching in secondary school or primary school, they have different motives. When you teach in higher education institution, the purpose of working in higher education institution is twofold: to create knowledge and to disseminate knowledge. And creation of knowledge can be done only by doing good quality research. Unless and until you do good quality research, you can't create or you can't generate a new knowledge. And unless and until a new knowledge is created, you will teach what is written in the book or what others have told you. You can't tell to the students your own finding or something like that. Research is our prestige. You see that if you are really a researcher, hardcore researcher, then you should make research as your prestige. You are working here as a teacher. For teaching you are getting salary. Eat 2 bread, let's say, per day, but there is shortage of fund, so you'll eat only 1 bread, you can survive. But sometimes people don't compromise with their prestige. Particularly in the olden days, people in the villages, they never compromise with their prestige. They never go down others before others. So here also the research is our prestige. Never compromise on our core values. Excellence is not a destination but a journey. I'll show you a slide where you achieve your goal, but achieving goal is not the destination. The journey starts from there, where, say, you are trained, you got a PhD degree. Getting a PhD degree is not your motive. You are now trained to do something new, something innovative in research. So after that, real career starts. Excellence is not destination but a journey. Creativity and innovation sometimes need inspiration from other disciplines. It is not that. You are a student of engineering or basic science. You should not be compartmentalized. You should go out of the boundary, and unless and until you go beyond the boundary, you can't get other things. That's why nowadays collaborative research, multidisciplinary research are being encouraged. There is a thin line of difference between confidence and arrogance. I used to tell to our students, there is a basic difference between argument and discussion. Argument has a tinge of arrogance, whereas discussion has a tinge of submission. In court of law, the advocates, they argue. They want that what they are saying, the judge should accept it. Only then they will give the judgment in his or her favor. But as a student, you have to discuss with your teacher, with your elders, or even with your younger. Considering that probably some new thought may come, some new idea may come, or the child may be knowing much more than what I know. So there is a difference between argument and the discussion. Now in research also, when you are doing a PhD, as I just pointed out, get a goal. Your goal is to do PhD, to do research. Make a plan. Unless and until you make a plan, you should not move ahead. Otherwise, there will nothing be systematic. It all will be haphazard. Get to work. As soon as you make a plan, you start working. You stick to it, and you see that whatever plan you make after so many discussions, so many thoughts. But once you have fixed the plan, you stick over that and then reach to the goal. And your goal is to publish good quality research papers. Your goal is to get a PhD degree or whatever goal you have made. But in research, it is not the ultimate goal. Your journey starts from there. Once you are trained, your journey starts from there. Now the question is, why research? Why you have chosen to do a research? There was a time when studies were knowledge-oriented, but now the things are changing and changing fast. It has now become career-oriented. However, there should be a balance between the two. Today we have knowledge-driven economy all over the world, as I mentioned. The challenge before us as we continue to forge ahead in the knowledge-driven regime of today is to transform our human capital into knowledge capital. You see that there was a time, maybe 100 years before or 200 years before, you might have heard that in the family people didn't like to have girl child. The reason was that they were of the opinion, if they are a male child, as the number of male childs are there, they can acquire more land, they can work more in the field, and girls, they can't work in the field. But as the scenario changed, everything became knowledge oriented. Now people like to have more girl child than the male child because of the knowledge, because of the education, because of the other things. Higher education institutions, particularly our universities, are the main instruments for transforming our human resources into human capital. Today we are living in a dynamic world where time domains and geography are rapidly shrinking, but space and opportunities are expanding with competition and innovation as the key drivers. We have also witnessed remarkable advances in science and technology which have greatly fueled the economic growth in a rapidly globalizing world. We are in an age of transition and things are changing so fast that many people feel insecure. ये नीचे आ गया, ऐसे नहीं हो रहा. It is an age of progress. Progress means change, and we all need greater flexibility of mind and preparedness to face all changes while retaining our faith in what which do not change. There are many things which we believe because our ancestors, our parents, our teachers have said we don't want to change also. Adaptability is essential to meet the challenge of our era, the era of science and technology, with wisdom and courage. It is an age of science and technology. You should accept, but you should use your wisdom. You should use your courage. When we say use your wisdom, you analyze it, you formalize it, and only then you accept it. Science has given us vast knowledge, and this knowledge has brought immense power. The backbone for a sustainable development is to understand thoroughly what is going on, and for this one has to do research. In any sector, we see that what sometimes question comes, what is basic science? Basic science is nothing but pool of knowledge. Whether it is science, engineering, medicine, social science, humanity, anywhere where there is a pool of knowledge, it is a basic science. Research seeks answers, what, why, how. There are many other questions also. As a scientist, you have to answer it. Say, there is a difference between applied scientist and the basic scientist. Say, for example, I used to give an example. If an engineer is asked to construct this house, beautiful and very stable, strong house, what he will do? He will ask certain good architecture, architectural design, best architectural design. He will purchase best quality material from the market, construct a house, so that will be very stable, very strong and beautiful. Now, if you ask the question to the civil engineer, why this is so strong, why this is so stable, his answer will be that he has purchased the best quality materials from the market. It's not the scientific answer. It is only the scientist, basic scientist, who can analyze what is the strength of the brick, what is the strength of the cement, how the cement is working to make better strength, what is the role of the iron bar which is kept in the building. All these basic principles are to be needed. So in order to develop anything, basic science is a must. Unless and until there is no basic science, you can't do anything new. What is research methodology? Research methodology is a way of explaining how a researcher intends to carry out their research. It's a logical, systematic plan to resolve a research problem. A methodology details a researcher's approach to the research to ensure reliable, valid results that address their aim and objectives. It encompasses what data they are going to collect and where from, as well as how it is being collected and analyzed. Why is a research methodology important? A research methodology gives research legitimacy and provides scientifically sound findings. It also provides a detailed plan that helps to keep researchers on track, making the process smooth, effective and manageable. A researcher's methodology allows the reader to understand the approach and methods used to reach a conclusion, because whenever you do something, you want to have some final result, that is your conclusion. Having a sound research methodology in place provides the following benefits. Other researchers who want to replicate the research have enough information to do so. Say, for example, you have done some research, and the other in science it is essential that it can be reproduced by other researchers also. Whether you have done any work in Nagpur, it should be reproducible in USA also, in England, in Germany, anywhere. And the person working there is not able to reproduce, then you have to tell him what methodology you have used it, and if he uses or she uses that methodology, probably the result it can be which you have done. If you follow a certain path of procedure, it can be reproduced by others, and if the others are not able to reproduce, they can suggest you that this method which you have used is a wrong method, or you have to modify this method. Therefore, research methodology is a must. In the future, we will not be able to compete on the world stage with our labor costs or by exploiting vast reserves of mineral resources. You see that Japan is one country which has very limited mineral resources. He purchases the mineral resources from other countries. and convert those minerals into advanced materials, and that's why you know that Japan is one of the most technologically advanced country in the world. So we will have to compete with our brains and with our science, and this requires a lot of information and innovation. So one has to do innovative research. Now, what is the advanced innovative research? Information. If materials and other things, for that you require certain money. You apply for grants to different funding agencies. So research is the transformation of money into knowledge, and innovation is the transformation of knowledge into money. You see that telephone was discovered long back by doing fundamental research, and money was involved in developing telephone devices. After having that knowledge, people converted it into mobile phones. Now, just by changing little bit apps in the mobile phone, you are upgrading every day new mobile phone, and the cost of the mobile phone is continuously increasing. You have just changed little bit. That is innovative work. We always tell a joke which was published in the newspaper also. Clinton was the President of America, and our late Atal Bihari Vajpayee was the Prime Minister. Clinton came to, it is joke, it is not a fact. It is published in some of the newspaper. Clinton came to India, and he thought that India is a big country. He must travel by his own car. So he brought his own car from America in India. You see that what type of car it would have been when the President of America brought from America. He started moving. After, let us say, 500 kilometers, some part went off. He went to a mechanic. Mechanic said, "Sir, we don't have the spare part. If you like, we can rectify it by doing some jugaad." It was rectified. He further went. So this happened 3-4 times during his entire trip in India. Then he planned to go back. Our Prime Minister, late Sri Atal Bihari Vajpayee, went to meet him, and he said, "You are the richest man in the world, most powerful man. You have everything in your own country, but I want to give you something which you can remember." Then the President Clinton said, "You are right. We have everything in our country, but we don't have one thing which you can give. Please give." Then he was very happy that he is asking something from me. Then he said, "We don't have jugaad technology in our country, so please give your jugaad technology." Jugaad technology is nothing but innovative work. Jugaad technology is nothing but innovative work. In general research, particularly innovative research, has been identified as a prerequisite for meaningful industrial and socio-economic development. Now, what is innovation? Just in short, something new, something different, something better, something cheaper, do at different location, do in different time frame. If you can do, you can make some product, efficiency you can increase, you can reduce the cost, or whatever information you are going to get. All these things are innovation, and you can apply in your research work also these simple principles of innovation. Then the next question is, what is research? We were discussing why to do research. Then the question is, what is research? A careful investigation for new facts in any branch of knowledge. I don't restrict only to science, engineering science, medical, any branch of knowledge. Whatever you do new, you find something new. You see that everything is available in this nature. That's why word research is used, not the search. We don't create anything. We don't have the power to create anything. Only we convert one thing into another. The law of conservation of energy, you might be knowing thermodynamics principle, law of conservation of energy. Energy can neither be created nor destroyed. Only one form of energy can be converted to another form of energy. So here in this universe, we don't create anything, neither we destroy anything. We simply convert one form into another form. Research is a systematic effort to gain new knowledge. The systematic, rigorous investigation of a situation or problem in order to generate new knowledge or validate existing knowledge. Either you generate new knowledge or there are some knowledge which is controversial. People make questions whether it is correct, right, wrong, whatever, then you validate whether it is correct or not correct. Any honest attempt to study a problem systematically or to add to man's knowledge of a problem may be regarded as research. Research is a logical and systematic search for new and useful information on a particular topic. It is an investigation of finding solutions to scientific and social problems through objective and systematic analysis. It is a search for knowledge, that is, a discovery of hidden truths. Here knowledge means information about matters. A research can lead to new contribution to the existing knowledge. Only through research it is possible to make progress in a field. Unless and until there is research, particularly in academic field, you can't go ahead, and also in the product also, in the applied field also, if you don't have new idea, new knowledge, you can't make any new device, you can't make any new product. Research is indeed civilization and determine the economic, social and political development of a nation. You are seeing that those countries which are technologically, scientifically advanced country, they are the leading countries of the world. The results of scientific research very often force a change in the philosophical view of problems which extend far beyond the restricted domain of science itself. The information might be collected from different sources like experience, human beings, books, journals, nature, etc. One day I was seeing some picture on the WhatsApp message. How to save water, how to make full use of water. Dr. Nanavati told something about saving water and utilization of water. In a village, there was shortage of water. Some lady had some cart, and on the cart, her son was standing. He was taking, this boy was taking bath, and the lady mother was washing him. And below the cart, there was a container where that water is falling down. So it was not becoming a waste. That water was being collected, which again she could utilize it. So it was a new idea came to her as he was telling that in the primary school or at the children level, some new thought and new ideas can come up. Study in depth is research. Research is about exploration, discovery and curiosity. Research is all about the questions. Your questions, your reader's question, your question that lead to more questions. So if you answer questions, that is also a type of research. Who is a researcher? Then the question is, who is a researcher? One who is keen in learning, knowing about something that interests him or her. A researcher must acknowledge that he/she knows very little and there is so much to learn. I'll just tell you one story behind it. I don't remember the name of the person. Everybody understands Hindi or not? Okay. So it will be better. एक संस्कृत के बहुत बड़े विद्वान थे. इट इज ए फैक्ट, इट्स नॉट जस्ट ए स्टोरी, बट आई फॉरगॉट द नेम. उनको संस्कृत इतनी अधिक आती थी कि दुनिया के लोग उनकी नॉलेज का लोहा मानते थे. लेकिन उनके पिताजी हमेशा कहते थे कि इसको कुछ नहीं आता, ये तो गधा है. रोज यही कहते थे. एक दिन उस आदमी की मदर अपने हस्बैंड के कमरे में गई और उसी समय उस आदमी के मन में भाव आया कि मेरी विद्वता की इतनी चर्चा सब जगह होती है और मेरे पिताजी हमको गधा कहते हैं. तो उन्होंने तलवार लिया और सोचा कि आज मैं अपने पिताजी की हत्या कर दूंगा. कमरे के बाहर गए तो कमरे में से आवाज आ रही थी तो रुक गया. उनकी मदर ने उनके पिता से कहा कि आपका लड़का इतना विद्वान है तब भी आप उसको कहते हैं मूर्ख है. तो उन्होंने कहा कि नहीं, मुझे मालूम है कि वो विद्वान है, ये मैं अच्छी तरह से जानता हूं कि विद्वान है. अगर मैं कह दूंगा कि वो विद्वान है तो आज से पढ़ना लिखना छोड़ देगा और फिर सचमुच में मूर्ख बन जाएगा. मैं तो केवल उसको इसीलिए कहता हूं कि जिससे वो और पढ़े और विद्वान बने. ये बात उस लड़के ने सुना और दरवाजा खोल करके उनके पैरों पर गिर गया और कहा कि पिताजी मुझे जो भी दंड देना हो दीजिए. तो उनका दंड तो मिलेगा ही. तो कहने का केवल पर्पज यही है कि अगर आप जिस दिन ये फील कर लेंगे आपको सब कुछ आता है तो उस दिन फिर आप अपना पढ़ना लिखना रिसर्च सब बंद कर देंगे, आपका ज्ञान वहीं सीमित हो जाएगा. ऑलवेज फील दैट you know something, but you have to learn much more. You have to go very deep in the subject, only then you can learn. Don't believe that only a senior person can teach you. A younger generation, a child can teach you. It's always keep this in mind that you can have the knowledge from anyone, whosoever is giving you the knowledge. Urge to learn more. Non-judgmental, open-hearted attitude towards research. Again, I have one story for that, and again, that is a genuine story. There was a professor of chemistry in Allahabad University. He was a very renowned professor, but he was very assertive what he was thinking that. So, in one of the reactions, he felt that this compound must be formed, but the student did not get it, and he used to shout on him that you are duffer, whatever. No. Then he purchased that compound from the market and said, sir, I found it. On the similar problem, someone from United States was also working. That paper was published in a very good journal. When they read, they invited the senior professor. He said he will not be able to go. The student went because it was a fraud, nothing new. So he said, sir, I got it there, but I am not getting it here. That was one of the reasons that that professor lost his Nobel Prize also. So in research, whatever result you get, you try to evaluate it, you try to examine it. Don't be judicious beforehand that you are going to get the result. Maybe you get entirely new results. Sometimes you might have read that accidentally a person found new thing and he got a Nobel Prize. Eureka is one of that example. Giving priority to truth and research before your personal comfort and convenience, having patience and preservation. Complete commitment to research area. Once you have decided, after so much discussion, so much literature survey, etc., then you focus on that. Maybe that you are not getting a positive result. You don't move it this way or that way. Just like if you are digging a well here and you dig the well 50 feet down, you did not get the water. Then you shifted to some other place. You dig 60 feet. Again, you did not get the water. You dig 70 feet, then you could get water. So at the first place, you could have gone to 70 feet. And without doing that much of labor, you could have got the water. So is the case. Once you have decided, after so many discussion, so many arguments, so many other things, then you stick, certainly you will get the answer of your problem. Research is not only doing and finding new things or discoveries, but it is a training how to tackle a new problem. What we do, if you are a student of civil engineering, got a PhD degree, now you are trained how to tackle a new problem. You are appointed in some discipline which deals with sociological problems. You are very new for that discipline, but now you know how to move ahead. What are the primary steps which you have to follow? So within few days or within 1 or 2 months, you will be accustomed and you will be as good as make research your journey and not just as a goal. As in the previous slide I showed you, you reach to the goal, but that is the starting point for your journey. So in a research, whatever you get, don't consider that it is your ultimate goal. You have to go further ahead. In research, there are number of questions, and if you answer the questions, then you are really doing the research work. What, when, where, who, how, why, all these questions you have to answer in your research work. Scientific methods of research, kitna time hai abhi hamara? आधा घंटा? ठीक. So I will just make it condense. First thing in research, particularly in scientific research, is your observation. In social science also there is observation, what the society is doing, what the people are doing. So observation, questions, search literature, hypothesis, experiment, collect data, interpret, discuss, conclusions, and after that ask new questions. That is the future prospect of your research. Future prospect of research is what you have found, and from your result, what other questions can come in. And all these literature can give you what is the research gap, why you want to take up this problem, what should be your objective. An objective can be decided only when there is a research gap. Research gap means something has not been done related to the problem, or what has been done doesn't explain properly. It requires further investigation. All these are the research gaps, and based on the research gap, you have to make the objective of your research. Different type of researches are there, but I consider that basically there are two types of research, quantitative research and qualitative. Entire research is divided into two categories, quantitative research and qualitative research. Quantitative research means in terms of numbers, and qualitative research means in terms of perception. Whatever, say for example, if you are doing sociological survey, you are asking questions. Why do you like, whether you like this camera or not? The answer will be yes or no. There is no number. So it is a perception. Some, just like beauty is in the eyes of beholders. Anything, let us say there is a painting which I like very much, but you don't like it, that painting. So basically there are two types of research methodologies. One is the quantitative, where you can pinpoint in terms of numbers, and the qualitative research, which is in terms of perceptions, in your feelings, in your surroundings, whatever it is. But there are different categories: descriptive research, analytical research, applied research, fundamental research, exploratory research, conclusive research, survey research, and case studies is also very important. Case studies are very important in medical research. Say for example, theoretically you know that the person is suffering from cancer, you have this radiation, you have chemotherapy, or you have operation. In general, it is different. But for a specific case, it is entirely different. So it is case to case varies. It is a specific case. So you can publish your result, or you can find out some result, some new result on a particular problem, on a particular case, and thus case research or case studies are also being published in different journals, particularly PubMed. There is one portal known as PubMed where case studies are being published, and it is very important in the case of medical research, case studies. So here quantitative research, as just pointed out, qualitative research, qualitative, descriptive, analytical research, applied research, basic exploratory research, conceptual and experimental research, and some other type of research are there. Then the question comes hypothesis. Hypothesis is nothing but an educated guess. In scientific research, particularly in basic science or applied science or engineering science, there is not much emphasis on the hypothesis, but in social science or managerial science, management science, hypothesis is very important. This is an educated guess based upon observations. Say, for example, you are moving in the market and you just watch everybody what they are doing or not doing. If somebody asks you, what observation you have made? You said that there are a group of people who just take the thing, throw it there. Some people are very serious, they don't touch it. Some people even they don't go there. So these are the three observations. And based on three observations, you can have some guess that these are the type of behavior, these are. But when you actually perform the research, questionnaire, another thing, the results are entirely different, or the results are the same what you have guessed it. So hypothesis may be testified or it may be falsified also. A hypothesis is basically an educated guess. It is a possible answer to the problem or question. Hypothesis is testable and falsifiable. There are variety of hypotheses. Sources of hypothesis, how you develop your hypothesis, theoretical or conceptual framework, previous research work, academic literature, institutional and personal experience. Based on these factors, based on these components, you can develop different type of hypothesis. Say here, simple and complex hypothesis, null and research hypothesis, directional and non-directional hypothesis, associative and causal hypothesis. This can be verified, this can be testified, or this can be contracted that this is correct or not. All the details are there. I will just go ahead. The most important after you learn what is research, who is a researcher, who is a research methodology, all these things, then you have to make a design, research design, how to start, how to work. This is the most important component. First one is the problem statement. If you are taking a good problem, then you will contribute certainly a very good thing. Say for example, even today, the coronavirus is there. If you could contribute something new in the treatment of the corona, you are the champion. If you do what others are doing, malaria fever, other fever, nobody gives any recognition at the moment. Most of the funding agencies of the government of India, they are financing the problems related to life science, that is medical science, life science, biotechnology and all these things, seeing the importance of corona. You know that invention is the mother of this necessity. Invention is the mother of necessity. We knew that any vaccine come in the market after 8-10 years, testing so many things. But during the period of corona vaccine came within 1 year. And that could save the life. Maybe some people were not cured, but majority of the life could be saved because of this vaccine, which came within 1 or 1.5 year. So when there is a necessity, you have to do accordingly. Good research design is the first rule of good research. Where, how, constitute a research design. All these questions give idea about research design. Good research practice being with the problem selection and research design. As I pointed out, choice of a problem is very important. If you don't have a good problem, you will not get good result also. The proposed research should address questions, the answers to which will contribute new knowledge, solve challenges, correct errors in the existing literature, or develop new methods for conducting such a research. A good research design involves having a well-documented plan, outlining the objectives, roles and responsibilities. Research builds upon the work of others. It locates the proposed research in the broader research landscape. Knowledge of the needed research design allows advanced planning so that the project may be conducted in less time and in a better way. Here you see that there are certain questions which are needed to form a good research design. What is the study about? Whatever you are going to do, your first question is what you are going to do. Why is the study being made? Where will the study be carried out? Where can the required data be found? What will be sample design? What period of time will the study include? What techniques or data collection will be used? How will the data be analyzed? These are some of the questions which are needed to frame a research design. Unless and until there is a good problem and there is a good research design, you cannot do good quality of research work. Significance of research. According to famous Hudson maxim, all progress is born of inquiry. Inquiry means question. You ask question, so only then answer will come. Doubt is often better than overconfidence, for it leads to inquiry, and inquiry leads to invention. It brings out the significance of research, increased amount of which makes progress possible. Research encourages scientific and inductive thinking, besides promoting the development of logical habit of thinking and organization. PhD. When you are in the university, students are doing PhD, there are different nomenclatures. Doctor of Philosophy, written as Ph.D. Somewhere PhD together, somewhere D.Phil. Or D.Phil. For the Latin philosophia, doctor or doctor philosophy, it is a Latin word. Now, Ph.D. is a common terminology in almost all the English-speaking countries. Ph.D. for PhD is a common terminology in almost all the English-speaking countries. As far as I know, now it is also changed, D.Phil. D.Phil was given by Allahabad University. D.Phil was given by Allahabad University. As far as I know, it was the only university all over the world, I would say that, which used to give D.Phil degree, but after it is converted to Central University, they also changed to PhD. The academic level of degree known as Doctors of Philosophy varies considerably according to the country, institution, time period, from early level research to early degrees. You see that the quality and standard of PhD varies from various institutions and various countries. You know that quality of PhD, maybe Nagpur, RTM University Nagpur is one. The quality of PhD degree of Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore is entirely different. PhD degree, quality of PhD degree, MIT USA is entirely different. Degrees are the same, but the qualities are entirely different. It varies from country to country, varies from organization or institutions to institution. A person who attains doctorate may be referred to as a doctor. Now, the question comes, why we say doctor of philosophy? Philosophy is a social science subject. Philosophy is a subject in the social science. Why don't we say PhD in chemistry, PhD, doctor of chemistry, doctor of civil engineering, doctor of electrical engineering? No. Philosophy stands for something else. Philosophy does not refer solely to the field of philosophy, but is used in a broader sense in accordance with its original Greek meaning, which is love of wisdom. It is a Greek word, and the meaning of philosophy here in this doctor of philosophy, love of wisdom. It is not related with any discipline. Love and pursuit of wisdom by intellectual means and moral self-discipline. It is philosophy. Investigation of the nature, causes or principle of reality, knowledge or values based on logical reasoning rather than empirical methods. The critical analysis of fundamental assumptions of belief in any discipline. A set of ideas or belief relating to a particular field or activity and underlying theory, general laws or principles under which all the subordinate phenomena or facts relating to that subject are comprehended. So philosophy here in PhD, philosophy doesn't stand for anything, any subject, but philosophy is love for wisdom, which you can categorize like this. Some key questions during PhD: how to do scientific research, how to plan and manage a research project, how to publish results, is it important, how to plan thesis, how are research results assessed. These are some of the questions which normally come in the mind of the PhD students, and these require answer. If you are doing research for PhD degree, a suitable supervisor is important. Supervisor is the most crucial component for your PhD degree. Don't choose anybody eligible for supervising you. Try to assess, and some of the qualities which the supervisor should have are here. Is your supervisor expert in the area you selected? Is internationally recognized in the area? Is well connected in the international scientific arena? Is active researcher publication-wise? Has previous supervision experience? Is interested in the topic you selected? Can provide research facilities? Is willing to fight the system for you? Do you want co-supervisor in personal chemistry? Personal chemistry, you know that it's very important. If you don't have a personal understanding with your supervisor, the things will not move. I'll just summing up all these, I'll give you one example. Professor C.N.R. Rao is a great chemist of this country. He is the only living scientist who is Bharat Ratna. There are 3-4 scientists who got the Bharat Ratna. APJ Abdul Kalam, of course he was the president also, and one or two, this C.V. Raman, and one or two more, but he is the only living Bharat Ratna. And his citation is more than 1 lakh. His citation, research citation, is more. He is really a good scientist. Now, if he is your supervisor, even the quality of the research is not good. If the thesis goes to someone to evaluate, nobody will dare that this is a bad quality research because it is the thesis of Professor C.N.R. Rao. So, I just elaborated it, extrapolated, I will say. It's not that. Whatever he looks it and the quality certainly is better. So your supervisor must have certain quality to supervise. Scientific and methodological guidance, suggestions and assessment, all these should be there. There must be some quality in the student also. He should be hardworking, data generating, reliable, another thing should be there. Research and its advantages. Basic research comes out of curiosity. You want to know why this carpet is red. This is your curiosity. Say, for example, we normally say that if you are going outside with your 5 years child, the child asks what this black color animal is. Maybe it is buffalo. You say it is buffalo. Why this is called buffalo? Why it has these two horns? All this. So the boy asks out of curiosity. The child doesn't teach you. He or she doesn't know what is that, out of curiosity. So basic research comes out of curiosity, and this is responsible for the amount of knowledge or increase of knowledge. And once you have developed some knowledge, one example you know that today maybe within 50 years there will be no electricity made by conventional source of energy like coal, petroleum and nuclear. It is depleting like anything. And the future hope is in solar energy. And how this solar energy came? Albert Einstein found that when a beam of light falls on a metal surface, photons are ejected. Photons are nothing but negative electrons, and electrons are nothing but charge carriers in the electricity. And for that discovery, he got a Nobel Prize also. So that was just observation. At that time, he never thought that he is going to give an idea to convert solar energy into electrical energy. Now that principle is being now used to convert solar energy into electrical energy. So basic research leads to applied research, and applied research leads to advancement of technology. And advancement of technology means application development. And this application development, utility application, and once you have a device which is utility application, say for example, you made refrigerator, you made air conditioner, you made fan, that is for increasing the quality of life of the people. So starting from basic research, if you go to the applied one, the quality of the life of the people gets increased. In carrying out the research, choice of the problem, review of literature, hypothesis, methodology, collection of data, interpretation of data, and then conclusions. Choice of problem is very important, as I just pointed out. Ask significant questions that can be answered empirically. The formulation of a problem is often more essential than its solution, which may be merely a matter of mathematical or experimental skill. Once you have decided the problem, you can develop some theory, you can do some experiment, you can get the answer. But deciding a problem is very important. To raise new questions, new possibilities, to regard old questions from a new angle requires creative imagination and marks real advancement in science. The research questions must be asked in a way that allows for empirical investigation. Here you see that, say for example, you are standing here and you want to go to Mumbai. Where do we go from here? Research problem is like an identification of destination before undertaking research journey. So you have to go from here to Mumbai, but you don't know where you have to go. So it is just like you are starting from here, where you will conclude, where you will go, where you will reach, you don't know. So you have to formulate the problem in such a way. Source of research problem, theory of one's own interest, this practical experience, daily previous research, existing theories, technological changes, unexplored area, discussion with supervisors. All these you take into consideration in order to decide the proper problem. Your own interest, magnitude of the problem, concept measures, expertise, relevance, data availability, ethics, these should also be taken into consideration while deciding the problem. Formulation of a research problem, identify broad field of subject area of your interest, then dissect the broad area into sub-area, then select what is of most interest to you. Particularly to you it should interest. Then your supervisor should also be interested. If your supervisor is not interested, you are only interested, then there will be a lot of problem in solving the problem. Raise the research questions, formulate the objective, assess your objectives, and double check for sufficient interest. Literature review. Once you have decided the problem, then you search the literature. Literature review is also a very, when I say literature review, you consult only genuine literature review, not that anything which you found on the street is a literature. Anything in the newspaper is not a literature. When we say research journals, books which have been published after thorough review work, thorough review. There are, nowadays we say that research paper published in Scopus Index journals. Much credit is being given to Scopus Index journal, Science Citation, this Web of Science, all these are the recognized platform where the journal, if indexed and if the paper is published, then it is a valid. So what are the major issues and debate about the research problem? Are there gaps in knowledge of the subject? If you consult the literature, then you will find, is there any gap? Gap means, does it require further investigation? Is the result which have been reported, is some missing gap? Or some new things are to be done? That will formulate your objective. How can I bridge the gap? Whether the research questions already has been answered by someone else, what is chronology of the development of knowledge about my research problem, what are the key theories, concepts and ideas known about the subject, what direction, methodology are indicated by the work of other researchers. So if you survey the literature means when I was a student, it used to take 1 year for literature survey. Now, today it is the age of electronics. Within a week or within 15 days, if you have all the data available, you have the access for the literature in your library, within a week or within 15 days, you can search whatever amount of work you want to search, you can do that. Now, an overview of previous, कितना time है अभी हमारे पास? हैं? अच्छा, नहीं मैं उसी हिसाब से start कर दूँगा क्योंकि अच्छा, an overview of previous research on your research topic, you must know what has been done. अगर आप काम करने जा रहे हैं किसी एरिया में और आपको पता ही नहीं है कि इसके पहले लोग क्या काम किए हैं, तो फिर तो आपका कोई हो सकता है आप एग्जैक्टली वही रिपीट कर रहे हो जो लिटरेचर में पब्लिश्ड है. सो एन ओवरव्यू ऑफ प्रीवियस रिसर्च ऑन योर रिसर्च टॉपिक. ए लिटरेचर रिव्यू इज एन evaluative report of studies found in the literature related to your selected area. So all these things are needed when you consult the literature. Literature means research journals, articles, review articles, books published by standard publishers, book chapters, all these are needed there. Before we can create new knowledge, we must first know the current state of knowledge about the research subject. Unless and until you know the knowledge what is available, you can't create new knowledge. Elements in literature review. These are some of the components of the literature review which is needed. Explore existing information in the field of research. Locate major informative works in the field. Ascertain key researchers working in the field. That is also very important, particularly for a PhD student and also for senior researcher also, to have association with the renowned personalities in the area. That will always be beneficial. Say for example, what I suggest is, you are working, don't forget your supervisor, and you read the research paper and you find that this author has contributed a lot, then you can write a mail today. There is no involvement of money also that you have to send by post, etc. You write a mail that you have read this paper and you are also working in this area. You are not able to understand this, or you want to discuss on this particular issue. Maybe if he takes note of your mail, he will write or she will write you. So the process will continue, and whenever you submit your thesis, maybe he is your one of the examiners. So he knows your work or she knows your work, and that will be much more beneficial. Or if he or she is international scientist, you apply for postdoctoral fellowship and he or she is aware of your work, then immediately he or she will recommend for you. I'll just give you one example. One of my students, he is assistant professor in Central University Sagar. He wanted to apply for Humboldt fellowship. At that time, she was in France. I asked my colleague in Germany, they wrote a very strong letter in her favor, but she did not get the fellowship. Then the professor, German professor, was very much annoyed because she has good quality of publication with me. Then he telephoned to Humboldt office why she did not get the fellowship. Then the Humboldt office people told that there were so many applications, that's why. Then he said, no, you tell me the real thing, why she could not get the fellowship. Then they said, okay, we will tell after 10-15 minutes. Then what they said, the Humboldt office said that 3 referees wrote a very positive note for her, but the one in France where she was working, he wrote that she is a very hard-working young girl, but she can work under a close supervision. That spoiled everything. It means you don't have any initiative of your own, and in research you require own initiative. So whenever you go outside, try to prove that you have your own originality. You can contribute to the knowledge. You are not dependent only on those persons who are there only. So that only one point, that she is a very hard-working young girl, but she can work under a very close supervision, means she doesn't know anything to work. She can work only if she is guided. Identify gaps in existing research, show relationships between previous studies, provide context for your own research. There are different steps, 8 steps, which are further divided into different components. Formulating a research question, research design, instruments for data collection, selecting a sample, research protocol writing, data collection, data processing, research report, and ultimately finding, that is conclusion, and future prospect. All are divided into different components. PhD thesis. What is PhD thesis? You have chosen a problem, you have selected a supervisor, you knew what is research, who is a researcher, what are research methodology, what is research design, and what is PhD degree. All these you knew. Then you have to submit the thesis. Why for? What is PhD thesis? In the word of Professor P. Balram was a director in Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore, and at that time he was editor of the current science journal which was published from there. In the words of Professor P. Balram, PhD degree is a passport to a research career, because here in India also, in different organizations, PhD is the minimum requirement, qualification requirement for entering in the institutions as assistant professor. So if you want to enter in any country, let us say you want to enter Pakistan, Bangladesh, apart from that you require a visa, but primary thing is your passport. So PhD degree is a type of passport for your career in the academic field. A PhD dissertation is a report of the entire work done by researcher to a university or an institution for the award of the degree of philosophy. Although recently UGC has formulated that there is no need of research paper for submitting the PhD degree, government organizations may afford it, but private organizations, they don't afford it, they can't afford it. At Sharda University, we have a compulsion of 3 research papers published in Scopus Index Journal. Unless and until the student publishes 3 research papers in Scopus or in some subject, UGC Careless Journal, we don't, and 2 conference attended, we don't allow the candidate to submit the PhD thesis. Principles of academic integrity, honesty in research, in anybody's life, honesty is the best policy. Everybody says that honesty is the best policy. So is the case with the research also. Honesty, reliability, your data must be reliable. It's not that whatever you report, everybody should accept it. If it is not reliable, it is of no use. Use of robust research methodology, impartiality and independence, open communication, duty of care for participant, fairness, high standards of mentorship and supervision, awareness of responsibilities to society. Research is a human endeavor. Sometimes researchers commit honest mistakes. Not deliberately, but innocently. Sometimes the researchers also commit a mistake. Sometimes researchers depart from accepted practices and breach the principle of research integrity deliberately or negligibly. Another component is plagiarism. In most of the institutions, plagiarism is nothing but academic theft. If you copy and paste, it is a type of plagiarism, although it can be detected with software, which we normally say similarity. How much similar work you have copied from other sources and included in your research paper. UGC has given a guideline. If the similarity is maximum 10%, then it is 0 level. But above 10%, it is punishable offense, and different categories are punished in a different way. The students can also be punished, and the faculty supervisor can also be punished. According to UGC rule, only a regular faculty of that organization can be a supervisor. Co-supervisor may be from any place. So if you are doing PhD from here, Priyadarshini College, then only a faculty who is a regular faculty having a PhD degree in this college is eligible supervisor for supervising a PhD thesis. So just it is academic theft. To prevent plagiarism, use online tools, check for plagiarism, provide links. There are number of tools. Authenticate, Turnitin, Plague Checker, Urkun, this very guide, the plagiarism checker. At Sharda University, use Turnitin. Turnitin. For this Turnitin, I think we pay 6 lakhs rupees per year to the vendor, and we check, we have I think 200 or 300 persons connected with this Turnitin, and that is very much needed for any organization where the research is being carried out. Rules for researcher's life. If you are really a researcher, you believe in research, involve yourself in research, then see failure as a beginning, not an end. If one plan fails, change the plan, but do not change the goal. Never stop learning. Assume nothing, question everything. Discuss with others what you know. Analyze objectively. Practice humility. Be always humility. Respect constructive criticism. Always respect the constructive criticism. Maybe if you accept it, your quality of research may be enhanced considerably. Take initiative. Love what you do. If you don't love what you do, then nobody will come to you for encouraging you. So love what you do. So this in nutshell. Science is not belief, but the will to find out. Thank you. If you have any question, you can ask.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगल.
You can convert it into 10%. ये मेरी पेन ड्राइव तो यहीं रहेगी, अभी इसके बाद भी लेक्चर है, ये रख लीजिए.
Detailing us. Thank you, sir. Thank you for detailing us in such a simple way all the aspects of research.
I feel more young than you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, sir. Thank you for detailing us all the minute to minute detailing about the research. We are really thankful to you. Now, after this feast of brain tonic, we'll now enjoy the feast of yummy food. Inviting you all for the lunch break, and that is arranged on the same floor in physics lab. Thank you. Yeah, it is for half an hour, and please, I request you all to stick with time. Thank you. Yeah, at 3 o'clock, we'll gather here again for the second technical session. Thank you.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे.
A warm and pleasant welcome to all. I once again welcome you all to this final technical session of today's seminar by our valued research person, Professor Dr. Singh sir. We have already grabbed immense insights of different aspects of research through our previous session. Now, sir is going to guide us on a topic, writing and evaluating of scientific research articles. Please, sir. Thank you.
मर्चों से आप लोग और नज़दीक आ जाएं, ज़्यादा बेहतर होगा, क्योंकि इस समय हो सकता है कम ही लोग आवें। आ जाएंगे। नहीं, ये तो आप लोग फेवर कर रहे हैं कि लेडीज एक तरफ, जेंट्स एक तरफ। हाँ? वुमेन एम्पावरमेंट। और मैडम तो कह रहे हैं यहाँ पर मैन एम्पावरमेंट है। Anyway, now so very good afternoon to all of you. क्या टाइम हो रहा है? हैं? तो 1 घंटे तो कम से कम लगेगा ही, और आधे घंटे उसका नहीं, आधा घंटा वो भी चाहिए ना। इसलिए मैं क्वार्टर टू आवर इसको करूँगा, 15-20 मिनट उसको करूँगा। Writing and evaluation of scientific research articles and PhD thesis, मे भी कि साइंटिफिक रिसर्च आर्टिकल तक ही हम कर दें, PhD रोक दें।
जन गण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब।
इसकी बैटरी तो नहीं डाउन है? चलो हो सकता है। Research is to see what everybody else has seen and to think what nobody else has thought. There are many things. Say for example, everybody is seeing this wall. People say that there are fans, there are curtains, there are speakers. Everybody says this one. But there is a very small scratch here also. None of you pointed out that there is a small scratch also. So if anybody points out that there is a small scratch, it means he or she is slightly different than others. Everybody saw all these things, but nobody noticed that small scratch. So research is to see what everybody else has seen and to think what nobody else has thought. Everything which is new has to come out of fundamental research, otherwise it's not new. Because research starts with a basic research or a fundamental research. So new thought, new idea normally come from, that's why you see that Nobel Prize is given to 6 disciplines: chemistry, physics, life science. Life science includes all these things. Then economics, literature, and the social work or social service. Believe in yourself and all that you are. Know that there is something inside you that is greater than any obstacle. There is no obstacle. If you want to do, maybe there are hurdles. You can surpass if you have the will, you have the desire to do that. I have already said, you don't have to be great to start, but you have to start to be great. Always believe that you can do it. एक मिनट आप हमारा वाला लगाइए तो शायद चले, ये बैटरी हमें लगता है इसमें लो हो गई है। दी? Okay. Research is an organized inquiry carried out to provide informations and solutions to the problems. You start with a problem, develop hypothesis, use methods, find out the results, then discuss it, then we conclude, and after that we publish the results in the form of a research paper. Research is creating new knowledge. Key features of scientific research. Originality of research work, it must be original in nature. Original ideas backed with appropriate evidence in a clear, logical and convincing argument that illustrates critical and analytical thinking. Scientific rigor. Truth is accepted if there is sufficient evidence to support claims made through the research process. Such claims have to withstand the scrutiny of repeated testing. In scientific research, it is to be verified by different type of researchers at different places. Say for example, if you discover something here and you claim that it is original new thing, but it is not reproduced anywhere else, then nobody is going to believe what you have discovered or what you have found out. It must be reproducible at every place under similar conditions. Universality of objectivity, explicit rules and systematic procedures. Research should be designed in a manner that allows any competent researcher to conduct a similar study and generate the same finding. Uncertainty may be there, but the result should be almost the same. Generalizability of finding, the extent to which the sample used in the research project reflect the broader population of interest. Whatever you find, it must be applicable to majority of cases. It is important to conduct quality and innovative research with integrity and focus on publishing the outcomes in high quality journals. People just follow shortcuts. Whatever they find, they feel that it should be published somewhere. It has no value. In German there is a proverb, Papier hat kein Lust, means paper has no interest. You may publish 1,000 and 1,000 papers, nobody reads it. But you just publish one paper in Nature or in some very prestigious journal, 1,000 and 1,000 people will read it. That will have much more value than publishing 1,000 and 1,000 papers. That's why the German proverb, Papier hat kein Lust. Go on writing on paper, the paper doesn't have any interest. This will help in raising the benchmarks of research performance and enhancing the reputation of individuals, institutions and the country. Say for example, publication in Nature is very, very limited. If your institution publishes one paper in Nature, it will draw the attention of so many people, not only in India, from all over the globe. So it will raise the standard of the researcher, they raise the standard of the department, raise the standard of the institution. What makes good research? Good science and good ethics. These are the two basic components for making a good quality research work. What is a scientific paper? We have to write a research paper. Then what is the meaning of a scientific paper? A scientific paper is a written and published report describing original research results. If you have done some original work, then you write a paper in different ways. Writing is there and it published in a research journal. It is a scientific paper. In science, the credit goes to the man who convinces the world, not to the man to whom the idea first occurs. Say for example, you discovered a very new thing. Nobody has done so far. You discuss with your friend, with your relation, somebody else. He could get the idea that you have done this. But you never published anywhere. Now, taking your idea, of course, it is plagiarism. But he published that paper, so people will know that Mr. X or Mr. Y has done, not you. So publication of a research paper is as important as doing a good quality research work. Knowledge is lost without written records. You see that today we, the government, searching lot of historical documents that this has been done at that time, at that. If there is no record, there is no proof that that has been done. So if there is no record, it will be lost. So knowledge is lost if there is no written record. Knowledge is awareness or understanding of someone or something, such as information, descriptions or skills, which is acquired through experience or education by discovering or learning. Therefore, writing and publishing a research paper is essential. What to publish and what not to publish. Publishing is one of the necessary steps embedded in the scientific research process. It is also necessary for career progression. You see that. If here there are 10 persons in a department and their promotion is due, there are certain criteria for promotion. Those who have published good quality research paper, they will be given preference for the promotion than those who have not contributed anything or good quality publication. What to publish? New and original results or methods, reviews or summaries of particular subject, manuscript that advance the knowledge and understanding in a certain scientific field. What not to publish? Reports of no scientific interest, out of date work, duplication of previously published work, incorrect, unacceptable collusion. You need a good manuscript to present. Well-written papers are read, remembered, cited. Poorly written papers are not. Who will read it? How will the reader use it? The answers help you decide the length, the level of details of the style and journals. You have to see who are going to read it, to what extent they want to read it, for what purpose they want to use it. So considering all these factors, you have to decide the journal. Are you ready to publish? Outdated work, incorrect conclusion, duplication of published work, not ready for publication, you should not publish it. Original results or methods, significant enhancement of published work, up-to-date review of a subject or field, now you are ready for publication. What makes a strong manuscript? A clear, useful and exciting message. Your data or your publication or your article should give a new message, good exciting message. Presented and constructed in a logical manner, allowing readers to easily grasp the significance. Editors, reviewers and readers all want to receive well-presented manuscripts. I'll just give you on this, one of my students, I'd say my first student. Now he's a professor in United States of America. He was lecturer in a college. As for every student, he did some work and wrote a paper and put his name, my name and my supervisor's name, Professor Rastogi's name, and sent for publication in a journal. The journal wrote whatever originality, novelty may be in the research work, it is so badly written that we are not going to accept it. So writing in a proper way is also essential. Types of journal articles. How many types of articles you have? There are many types of articles published in scientific journals. Some are original research articles, or you say research articles, or you say research paper. Review articles, short reports or letter, case studies, methodologies. I referred case study in the morning. Original research. This is the most common type of journal manuscript used to publish full reports of data of research. It may be called an original article, research or just article depending on the journal. The journal research format is suitable for many different fields and different type of studies. It includes full introduction and other thing I will discuss later on. Short report or letter. Short report maybe 4-5 pages or letter also 2-3 pages in the area which is new, and you want that it should be published so that nobody can steal your ideas or other things, and it is published in the form of short communications or a letter. Then we have a review article. Review article, now it has become common because everything is commercial. So publication of journal has also become commercial. People want to sell it, people want to popularize it. Otherwise, the review articles were published by good journals on invitation. If they know that Mr. Singh is contributing a lot in this particular area, then they used to invite those persons. This I could know from my own experience. Once I submitted a review article on organic solid state reactivity in tetrahedron. Tetrahedron is one of the very important journal of organic chemistry. Then they wrote me back that they want to consider this, but you can't submit as such, we will invite you. Then they sent me an invitation that please contribute a review article on this. Now today, anybody submit review article in any journal, they consider it or they don't consider it. But there was a time when review articles were considered only on the basis of invitation to the expert people in that particular area. So review articles provide a comprehensive summary of research on a certain topic and a perspective on the state of the field and where it is heading. They are often written by leaders in a particular discipline after invitation from the editors of a journal. Reviews are often widely read, for example, by researchers looking for a full introduction to a field and highly cited. Reviews commonly cite approximately more than 100 journal references. Reviews in general, I would say that you choose a particular topic, do the literature survey and compile all the information, maybe in 30, 40, 50, 60 pages, depending on that. And also you point out what are the shortcomings, what should be done further in order to remove those shortcomings, or what further is needed to do that. Normally every journal expects that you must have contributed in the form of a published result in that particular area, only then they want to consider the publication, even if you have not got the invitation. And the review paper must contain recent references also. Starting from the old, it must say, for example, you are going to communicate in 23, some references of 23 should also be there in that. And because it consolidates the entire work in that review article, so most of the people cite those references in their research paper very often. So the citation of the review articles are enhanced considerably. So those journals which publish review articles also, their citation level is much higher as compared to the citation of other journals. Case studies I have done, methodologies or method. If you have used some new method or modified some method, you can discuss it and you can publish in the form of a choice an appropriate journal. How do you choose that the journal is appropriate? One of the criteria, I would say without going this, one of the criteria of choosing a good quality journal is impact factor. impact factor is one of the criteria, but it is not always. If there are some positive point, there are some negative point also. What makes great journal? It is not technology, nor big investment, nor great promotion. Journals are based on the community they serve. Say for example, if on the editorial board or the contributor is some Nobel laureate, big scientist, known authority, then people would like to read it. Even some book, if it is published by some big personality, people read it. So in a journal also, if the contribution by known reputed scientists are there, the quality of the journal will automatically be higher. How do I choose the right journal? Of course, there are a number of things. One of the criteria may be impact factor, but not always. There are a number of criteria, citation, etc. is there, but one of the most important criteria is impact factor. The impact factor and other bibliometric measures are used in most countries to evaluate the quality and prestige of journal. I will not discuss in detail, but I will explain what impact factor is. Normally, students don't know how to define impact factor. I am sure that many of you might not be knowing the correct definition of impact factor of a journal. I'll just give you. Okay. The first criteria for, it is on this website, journal citation report or science citation or Thomson and Reuters, these are the databases or platform where the journals are indexed. How will you know that this database is better or good or not? Say for example, a student does PhD from this Pridarsani college. Same knowledge, same topic. A student does BTech from IIT. Same subject, same knowledge, but you will say that, oh, he is from IIT, much better than Pridarsani college. So there is a benchmark from IIT. In a similar way, these databases, science citation, journal citation report, Thomson Reuters, all these are the benchmark. They register journals based on certain criteria. Say for example, you have just got A grade, NAAC accreditation A grade. And for getting NAAC accreditation A grade, you have to submit some document fulfilling certain criteria. If you fulfill all those criteria, then you got A. If you fulfilled other criteria, you might have got A plus. If you have fulfilled all the criteria, you might have got A plus plus. So in a similar way, the journals which have certain criteria, they can be indexed if they apply for journal citation report or science citation index or Thomson Reuters, all these databases are there. So the first criteria is for the journal for which you want to calculate the impact factor must be indexed in Thomson Reuters or journal citation report or Web of Science, like these databases. Now, how many papers, let us say, we want to, it is yearly impact factor. Impact factor of a journal is yearly, it changes every year. Let us say you want to calculate the impact factor of journal A of 2022. Now, you have to see how many papers in journal A have been published in 2021, 2 years before. You want to calculate the impact factor of a journal in 2022. You have to see how many papers in that journal have been published in 20 and 21, 2 years before. Now, out of those papers which have been published in 2021, how many have been cited by other journals which are also indexed in JCR Thomson Reuters in 22? So, the number of citations in 22 divided by the total number of papers published in 2021, this ratio is known as impact factor. This ratio is known as impact factor. So here you see that number of times articles published in 2 years, that is 2021, were cited by index journal in the third year, 2022. Then number of citable articles published in last 2 years means 2021. This is the correct definition of impact factor. Otherwise, on internet, there are many journals which are not indexed in these databases. Based on this formula, they calculate their impact factor and just write that the impact factor is 10, impact factor 5, 20, whatever they write. That is not a genuine impact factor. Is it clear or? So these are some of the calculations. Say we want to calculate the impact factor of a journal in 2009. Now paper published in 2000 and 2008 were cited how many times? The total number of papers, this one. So 22,087 upon 70. 7089 is the total number of papers published in 2 years, and that is the citation. So 31.152. ये क्यों नहीं हो रहा भाई? कभी देखिए, आपके इसमें कुछ गड़बड़ है, मुझे लगता है. नेट की इसमें कहाँ प्रॉब्लम आ गई? ये तो बिना नेट के चलता है. नहीं, इनका ये भी तो नहीं चल रहा ना. हैंग कर गया हमें लगता है. एक बार ऐसा करिए, उसको ऑफ करके फिर चलाइए. Now this impact factor depends on number of things. Language is one factor. If the journal is published in English, people read more, they cite more. Citation is in the numerator. So if the higher number in the numerator, the impact factor will be more. If the journal publishes review article, the citation will be more. So say for example, if journal is published in English and German is published in Russian language also, nobody knows this language, so very less people will read. If the journal is published annually, if the journal is published quarterly, more people will read. So depending on these, इसको आप एक बार बंद कर दीजिए, जब चलाइए, नहीं तो नहीं चलेगा. So in nutshell, what we want to say, that there are positive aspect and there are negative aspect of the impact factor to judge the quality of a journal. Just like simply weight of a person. There was a time when people used to say that he has gained so much weight, he is a very healthy man. Just weight doesn't decide the health of the person. In a similar way, the impact factor alone does not decide the quality of the journal. Yeah. Using the impact factor alone to judge a journal is like using weight alone to judge a person's health. Now, today, new nomenclature quartiles are being used for assessing the quality of a journal. This is arranged on the basis of impact factor. Let us say, if there are 100 journals in a particular field, then you arrange in a descending manner of the impact factor of the journal. Let us say, impact factor of one journal is 50, second is 49, 48, 47, 40, so on. The first 25 are said to be quartile 1. The second 25 is quartile 2. Third 25 is quartile 3. And fourth 25 is quartile 4. So you divide the entire list of journals, not only 100, maybe 500. You divide into a descending order of the impact factor. So here you see that in addition to the impact factor or impact index, ranking of journals in each subject category are divided into quartiles, both by journal citation report and SEMCO journal report. These quartiles rank the journal from highest to lowest based on their impact factor or impact index. They are 4 quartiles: Q1, Q2, Q3, Q4. I will just tell you here. Q1 is occupied by the top 25% of journals in the list. Q2 is occupied by journals in the 25 to 50% group. Q3 is occupied by journals in the 50 to 75% group. And Q4 is occupied by journals in the 75 to 100% group. That is, on the basis of impact factor, top 25% is Q1, next 25% is Q2, third is Q3, and the last one remaining is Q4. So now, if your journal is in Q1 category, then we consider it is a very good journal. Now, in order to write a research paper, you have chosen a journal. Now you consider the impact factor, or now you consider the quartile of a journal. So you have to choose the journal. Now, title appropriate. First you have to choose a title of your research paper. I don't know whether it is today prevalent or not. When we were a student, our teachers in high school or intermediate used to give a passage, English passage particularly. They ask us to write a title of this passage. The title should be eye-catching. People say that it should be eye-catching. As soon as anybody sees the title, he should or she should be attracted to know about that. So title should be there. Actual contributors with affiliation. Say for example, 2, 3 are the contributing, they are doing research, they are interpreting, they are writing, they are reading, they are the actual contributors. But sometimes what happens, you just want to oblige Mr. X or Y without their any contribution. It is said to be non-ethical. You should not do it. It is highly non-ethical and one should not do it. So there should be actual contributor. After that, their affiliations, where from they are affiliated. Then abstract and keywords. After that, you write a brief abstract. Abstract should also be very meaningful so that everybody doesn't read the whole paper. They just go through the title or read the abstract. If they find that there is interest, then they will go through the whole paper. Then introduction, materials and methodologies. Then results and discussion, conclusions, acknowledgement and references. These are the general component of a research paper, but to some extent it varies from journal to journal. Journals, they have their own guidelines, how to write a research paper, what should be first, second, etc. But in most of the cases, this is the general traditions of writing a research paper. Title, it should be short, appropriate, meaningful. Authors should be actual contributors. Maintain order of author's name. Avoid addition or deletion of authors. Once you have submitted the research paper, don't remove the name of the author or you don't add any other name. This will show your dishonesty. If you will do that, the editor will feel that the author is a dishonest person. Author's affiliation, if addresses of different nature, then A, B, C are 1, 2, 3, you write there and you can write there. Abstract. An abstract is a short summary of completed research work. Components of an abstract, motivational, methods, results. ABC an abstract. Accuracy, brevity and clarity should be there in the abstract. And here, first impression of the document, how the abstract should be. It should give or it will give the first impression of the document. Sufficient information, quantitative and qualitative information, short and exact, understandable and self-contained. Your abstract should focus on these aspects so that anybody, if reads it, they are impressed, they can go ahead with your research article. Otherwise, if it is not impressive, they find there is nothing now new or nothing novel, they will not read it or no information is there, so nobody will read it. Introduction, writing the introduction of the paper is the most difficult task. Normally, a senior person or experienced person write the introduction at the end of the paper. When you write maybe abstract and then method, material, result, discussion, another thing, in introduction you must write what has been done so far, why are you doing this, what main informations you got it and how you interpreted it and what are the basic conclusion. Introduction should not be more than 1 page. Normally it should not be more than 1 page. It should give the current literature also. Introduction should give current literature also. Only then you will be able to convince the people. Then materials and method, theoretical if it is there. Results and discussion. In some journals, results and discussion are in one heading. In some journal, results are separate heading and discussion separate heading. Then conclusion, acknowledgement. In acknowledgement, you must thank if there is a funding agency to support you. If you have done some experimental work, took the help of some technician, some other organization, you help them. If anybody has given some suggestions, you also acknowledge their contribution. References. In your research paper, you must write the references. Now, it should be relevant, genuine, uniformity. There are a number of ways to write references. Of course, it varies from journal to journal. You write in the list the reference, I will just tell you, and the same references should be at the end of the paper. Whatever you write in the text, it should be at the end of the paper also. There are a number of ways. I'll just tell you one here. Style reference, number style. In number style, either you write superscript or you write within bracket, square bracket, one different type of there. Another is you write short name in the text. Let us say there is a paper, N.B. Singh alone, published in 2018. Then you write Singh in the text, Singh, comma 2018. But in the list of reference, you have to write the complete Singh N.B. 2018, title of the paper, title of the journal, volume, page range. If there are two authors, Singh and let us say Kavita Gaur, Singh and Gaur in a similar way. If there are more than two authors, Singh, Gaur and Dwivedi, then you simply write in the text Singh et al. Singh space et space al dot comma year of publication. Et al is a French word. Its meaning is and others. Et means and, al means others. So wherever you see in the reference list et al, it means others, Singh and others. And in the reference list, you write the name of all the author. This type of referencing is known as Harvard style of referencing. This type of referencing is known as Harvard style of referencing. Now here you have seen number style, standard number style, Harvard style, Vancouver style, embellished Vancouver style, APA, American Psychological Association style, Saunders style, Modern Language Association style, and many more, American Chemical Society and many more. At Sharda University for PhD program, we have followed Harvard style of referencing. To me, it appears a very good style because whenever you change the matter, new matter you add, there is no problem. In the number style, there is always a problem to adjust the number, but there it is just name and alphabetically in the list, the names are written alphabetically in this Harvard style. There are two terminology, references and bibliography. Students are always confused about references and bibliography. References are those which you have given in the text as well as in the list of the reference at the end of the paper. Whatever reference you have given in the text, you have written at the end of the paper, that is the reference. But in addition to these references, you have read something more which you have not mentioned in the text, but you have written in the list of reference, that is said to be bibliography. References are those which you have referred in the text and mentioned in the list of references at the end of the research paper, and bibliography, reference plus what you have read more but you have not written in the text but you have written at the end in the list of the reference, that is bibliography. क्या भाई आपके इसमें क्या प्रॉब्लम है? लैपटॉप में ही प्रॉब्लम है क्या ये? Issues in writing research articles, author's name on a publication. I have already pointed out only genuine authors should be there. You don't oblige the people that you are going to put the name of Mr. XYZ because they are influential people. They will help you otherwise. And if you put their name, if you do that, that is highly unethical. You should avoid writing such name in the paper. Ethical issues, proper citation of the earlier work, plagiarism, seek permission for reproduction, new acknowledgement sources. This plagiarism is also very important. If your paper has a similarity more than 15 or 16%, no journal will accept it, they will reject it, they will send you back. And if you are using some figure, some table or some other, you must take the copyright permission from the publisher of the journal. Copyright permission is a must. Many journals ask that you take a copyright permission. In some journals, it is very easy. Say, for example, in the journals of LCBR, you go to sciencedirect.com, enter the name of the paper which you have going to consult. There is a right link on the right hand side. There is a right link. You click that. It will ask number of questions. You go on answering, and maybe 90% or more than 90% they give copyright free of cost, but 10% they charge money also. And those which are not under MOU by those journals, they all ask for money. Only is open access journal, you can use as many drawing, as many table, because it is free. Open access, the author has already paid for publication, so it is. You see that there are two modes of publication nowadays, open access and gold access. In open access, one has to pay money, and the publishers say that it is published easily, not easily in quality. It is open to all. Anybody can read and consult without paying any charge. When you write a paper based on the criteria or guideline of the journal, you submit to the editorial office of the journal. Now, there was a time when you had to submit by post, but now most of the journals require, they have their website. You have to submit through website. Very less they want through email, but most of them, good journals, through website. The editor will give you a number of the manuscript. Editor will evaluate it. If they find that it is worth considering, they will send to reviewer. Minimum 2 reviewers are there, but maybe 3 or 4 also. And the list of the reviewers, either from the list of references, or they have already list of reviewers. They also invite the names from you for the possible referees, but most of the time they don't send the paper suggested by you, the name of the referee. Here, if you submit the research paper to a journal, author submits manuscript to a journal, editor consider manuscript possible for publication, yes. Editor made manuscript to referees, referees say yes, or referee says that needs revision, then the referee sends back to the editor. If it says yes, it goes for publication site, etc. If the editor says no, it is returned back to the author, and then further proofreading, etc., will start. Panel of referees, it is highly confidential. They don't tell you the name of the referees. As I said, they have a list of referees in the particular field, and depending on that, they send it. Revised manuscript, if the referees suggest revision, then you have to revise accordingly. If you don't agree with the comment, you have to write why don't you agree with the comment, and if you agree, then you must give the answers. Criteria of reviewer's judgment. What are the criteria for a reviewer to review the paper? Originality of the work, its significance to the research field, the validity of experimental data, the adequacy of supporting information, the soundness and logic, all these, it means originality of the work plays a major role in the review process. Editor's job on accepted manuscript, they edit it, whatever they like as an editor, then they send for publication. Ethics of communication. The term ethics is defined as principle of morality or right conduct. If you are honest, then every action is ethical. If you are dishonest, your every action is unethical. So follow the principle of honesty. If you follow the principle of honesty, you are ethical. I'll just go ethical. Not only the authors, the editor and the reviewer should also follow the principle of ethics. Sometimes what happens, editor feels that it's a wonderful work. The editor keeps the article with him or her for a long period of time, ultimately reject it, and in the meantime he does something and get the paper published. Same happens with the reviewer also. They keep the paper for some time, after that they reject it, and then in the modified version they publish somewhere. They should not do it. It is highly unethical. There are two terminologies in the paper you find sometimes journal of what is your RCID. RCID, the full form is Open Researcher and Contributor Identification. If you have created your RCID, I don't know, my RCID was created by Ratiram, he created my RCID. If you have created your RCID, your all publication, scopus interest, all these things are mentioned there. Immediately anybody can know what is your contribution. Then DOI, you might be seeing for each paper, there is a DOI number. Digital Object Identifier, if you have. Now there is one, I will say, illegal website. I will say that is illegal website, Sci-Hub. Sci-Hub is not a legal website, sometimes maybe 2 years old, 22, 23 doesn't open, but 21, 20, etc. You put the DY in that, you can open the research paper. People are using it, although it is illegal. And also here you see that ISSN in journals, you might see on the page ISSN, International Standard Serial Number. It is just like a registration that this journal is registered internationally, so nobody can publish journal with that name. ISBN, International Standard Book Number, in a similar way it is also there. Then seeing the, you see that, as I said, that most of the people are dishonest. I will say that most of the people are dishonest. They try to publish in rotten journals, bad journals. So UGC took note of that, and they created different kind of journal list, which is known as UGC Care List Journal. CARE stands for Consortium for Academic Research and Ethics. People know that there are UGC Care List Journal. CARE stands for Consortium for Academic Research and Ethics. And these journals are categorized into 4 categories. Those which are in the Scopus Index, they are in the category A, I don't think. Category A, research journals from all disciplines indexed in Scopus. They are in the category A. Category B, journals from the previous UGC. There was a list from UGC previously. After that, this is modified. So those journals which had a good reputation, they were put in the category B. In the category C, journal from all disciplines recommended by UGC Care Council. There is a UGC Care Council. You apply that, and if they consider it appropriate, they put into category 3. Then we have another category, category 4. For category 4, different regions are divided into different groups, and different universities take care. Journals from all disciplines and languages submitted by UGC Care Universities, Group D, which are qualified as per the here. Jawaharlal Nehru University is center for Northern Zone, Chandigarh, Delhi, Haryana, Himachal Pradesh, Jammu and Kashmir, Punjab, Rajasthan, Uttar Pradesh, Uttarakhand. These states, if they want to publish, private or government, anybody, if they want to publish any journal, they will apply to Jawaharlal Nehru University, that center, saying that they want that this journal should be considered as a UGC care list journal in category D. Their committee will evaluate it, the importance of that journal. If they find that journal fulfill the criteria, they will include in the category D. The MS University of Vadodara, Western Zone, Chhattisgarh, Dadar and Nagar Haveli, Daman and Diu, Goa, Gujarat, Madhya Pradesh, Maharashtra. For you, this MS University, Baroda. Similarly, you have University of Hyderabad, Tezpur University. So in 4 zones, the entire is divided, and if the people from those states are interested in getting their journal registered in that, they can do that. What is a review article? How to go ahead? A critical constructive analysis of the literature in a specific field through summary, classification, analysis and comparison. A scientific text relying on previously published literature or data. New data from the author's experiment are not allowed. Only old data which are published, of course current data, are allowed to consider in that, not your own. What is the function of a review article? To organize literature, to evaluate literature, to identify pattern, to synthesize literature, to identify research gaps and recommend new research areas. In that review article, you have to identify the research gap and then suggest what should be done, how it should be done. Which type of review article? There is no need of that. 10 rules of getting published. For any paper, there are certain basic principles. Read many papers and learn from both the good and bad ones. The more objective you can be about your work, the better the work will ultimately become. Good editors and reviewers will be objective about work. If you do not write well in the English language, take lessons early, it will be invaluable later. This is a very crucial point. Many of us don't know how to write good English. I don't know here, but I see my students there, or even my faculty also. They don't know how to write. So most of the papers, journals, they write, get it revised, English version, etc. Monograph. If you are expert in a particular area and you have contributed a lot on a particular topic, so if you write 100 pages, 80 pages, 90 pages yourself on that particular theme, that is said to be a monograph, and it is very useful for that particular discipline. Synopsis. Synopsis is brief summary of the PhD work which you have done. Synopsis is, normally synopsis is written 5-6 pages, maybe 1500 words or something like, depending on different place to place, but it is a brief summary of your PhD work which you have done. I will not read it. Footnote and endnotes. Normally, if you want to say something in short without giving any reference, then put some star on that page, and at the end you write clarification of that, and if you write at the end of that chapter, that is endnote. Writing PhD thesis, I will not do that. Thesis research, what is PhD thesis? How to get a PhD? Just everyone knows that the steps are: choose a topic, write a proposal, do the research, write the thesis, defend it, and party. Tea party. Why write a thesis? It is a license for academia. You get to add doctor to your name. It will introduce you or your research to a wider audience. It will advance your knowledge. In the process, you will learn how to do research, how to write. The PhD is not simply about producing a document, but acquiring the ability to define research problems and solve them, communicating one's work, becoming part of the community, pursuing a changing goal in a changing landscape. This thesis provides evidence that we are successful in your attempt. I will say what the PhD thesis will include what the reviewers, and again the plagiarism, the 10%, more than 10% is not allowed. It is 0 level plagiarism. If it is more than that, then it is plagiarized. Thank you. So, because I had to move fast, I have to give one more lecture, maybe half an hour. Okay. चलिए 20 मिनट कर देंगे. चलिए जितनी जब आप जब कहेंगे बंद कर दीजिए, आई विल स्टार्ट. जस्ट आई विल गिव maybe 5-6 slides I will show you. Just I will tell you the importance of new center, because some people are from civil engineering. ये थर्ड को
हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय.
I will take 10-15 minutes of it. फर्स्ट स्लाइड पर आइए. This topic may not be of interest to all, but for civil engineers this may be an interesting topic. Geopolymer cement, a futuristic binding material. You know that country's development very much depend on the construction industry. If you go to any town, you go to any country, you go to any village, the first look which you gather and say that it is very advanced, if there are good buildings, if there are good roads, if there are good bridges, all these, the first impression will be that it is an advanced and developed area. And the most important binding material or binder is ordinary Portland cement. Ordinary Portland cement is manufactured from limestone at a temperature of 1500 to 1600 degrees centigrade. When there was no pollution, nothing problem, it was everything fine. But now, lot of problems are there. So 1 ton production of Portland cement emit 0.8 ton of carbon dioxide. And at the same time, it consumes a lot of raw material. And it is manufactured at a very high temperature, 1500 to 1600 degrees centigrade. So, lot of heat is required, lot of energy is required. Cement industries play a vital role in the development of a nation and is the most essential raw material in any kind of construction industry. The production of concrete, what is concrete? There are certain terminology. I will tell you what is Portland cement later on. If you mix water with the Portland cement, it is said to be a paste. If you add sand and water, it is said to be a mortar. If you also add aggregate, गिट्टी जिसको कहते हैं, then it becomes a concrete. So, demand of cement is increasing continuously at the moment. Perhaps 4.2 billion ton Portland cement is being manufactured all over the globe, and out of 4.2 billion cement, 2 point something billion is manufactured by China alone, and India produces about 300 million metric ton, which is much less than China, but it is number 2 in the world than after the China. Here how the Portland cement is manufactured. You see that raw materials are limestone, clay, shale, iron oxide, silica. Mix in appropriate ratio. There are certain equations, certain formula. How will you decide the amount of which component? You mix it thoroughly and heat it at 1500 degrees centigrade in a rotary kiln. Then you find a mixture of these tricalcium silicate, dicalcium silicate, tricalcium aluminate, tetracalcium aluminoferrite. The combination of all these things is a very hard material. It is said to be a clinker. This clinker is mixed with 3 to 5% gypsum and made in the form of a fine powder. This fine powder is now said to be ordinary Portland cement, OPC. OPC, the first patent of this OPC was taken by Aspdin, Joseph Aspdin in 1824 in England. He was not a scientist, he was just a builder. Now what are the drawbacks? Now here again I will say there are 3 types of ordinary Portland cement. One is said to be OPC 33, OPC 43, OPC 53. These 3 categories are designated because of their strength. If the cement mortar gives a compressive strength of 53 megapascal at 28 days, it is OPC 53. If it gives 43 megapascal at 28 days, it is OPC 43. If it gives 33 megapascal at 28 days, it is OPC 33. So drawbacks of OPC manufacture: huge consumption of energy and raw materials, and emission of carbon dioxide. 1 kilogram clinker produces 0.85 kilogram carbon dioxide. You know that carbon dioxide is the most culprit gas for greenhouse, as a greenhouse gas, so one wants to avoid it. The production of 1 kilogram Portland cement clinker requires thermal energy 2930 kilojoule, amount of limestone, release of carbon dioxide from fuel because coal is used. The above factors determine the sustainability of cement and concrete industry. However, the most important aspect is to minimize emissions because of environmental issues. कार्बन डाइऑक्साइड आप सभी जानते हैं कि बहुत डेंजरस गैस है इन्वायरमेंटल इश्यूज के लिए, इसलिए और एनर्जी की क्राइसिस है. You see that these buildings, these high towering buildings are made by concrete, and the tallest building is Burj Khalifa in Dubai. It was completed in 2010 and the total height of this building is 828 meters. This height of this building is 828 meters, and you see that lot of science is involved in that. So nearly 1 kilometer high building, if you are to wash it from outside, maybe 3 years, 4 years, 5 years, the washing cost, maintenance cost will be very high. Now what people say, I'm not sure, but people say that the paint contains some nanomaterial like titanium dioxide, nano-sized titanium dioxide. Nano-sized titanium dioxide is a photocatalyst, and the dirt is only because of organic contaminants, organic compound. So at the surface of the building there is titanium dioxide. Sunlight falls, which contains ultraviolet radiation, In the presence of ultraviolet radiation, this semiconductor electrons are excited from the valence band to the conduction band, and the organic matter gets degraded, and with the water or with the air, other things, they are washed away. Now you see that in order to minimize all these things, a geopolymer, a new material for fire and heat resistant coatings and adhesive, was coined by a French person, Joseph Davidovich, in 1978. Initially, when he made this material, it was resistance to heat, 600, 700 degrees centigrade, it could survive. Here if you have a fire, maybe 300, 200, the plaster cracks, but this resists up to 600. It is type of inorganic polymers, I'll just not go. You see that geopolymer concrete, different utility is there. You see that how it is made. You take all these, any type of waste which contains aluminosilicate, fly ash, ground blast furnace slag, all these contain aluminosilicate. You take it, mix with sodium hydroxide and sodium silicate, or potassium hydroxide, sodium silicate, mix it in appropriate ratio, and then you'll get mixed sand and aggregate, you'll get geopolymer concrete. I'll just here. The basic difference between Portland cement and geopolymer cement is, in Portland cement, water is involved during the hydration, water is consumed, whereas in geopolymer, water is emitted, it goes out. So it is a reverse process. In Portland cement, water gets reacted, hydration, and in geopolymer, water goes, here you see that water goes out. I'll not show much about this. These are some of the things, how gelation and other things take place. I just want to tell you. Yeah. Geopolymer concrete, it has number of advantages in different, carbon dioxide is lower, strength is much higher. I will just show you the strength. Fibers are also used. Your principal was telling that he is using fibers for concrete. So here also fibers are used. The strength depends on number of factors. I'll just you see that alumino, this some additives are added, and 8% AF and 12 molar sodium hydroxide, the strength is about 70 megapascal in one day. So it is much, much higher than the Portland cement. I'll just show you. Here, curing temperature, if you increase one day at 100 degrees centigrade, it is about 60 megapascal. Whereas at one day, Portland cement may be giving you 10, 20, 25 megapascal. But if you heat it further, they deteriorate because there is a crack formation, water goes away and this decreases. Scanning electron microscopic picture of different composition of the mixture at different temperatures change, and because of that there is a variation. Microwave heating is a best method, but not on a commercial level. You know that microwave heating is done only for those substances which are polar in character. If the material is not polar in character, it will not be heated. Say for example, if you take this steel bucket, there is no moisture, no water, dry, and keep in microwave, it will be cool. It will not be heated up. You cook food material because it contains water, and water is a dipolar substance. So any material which is non-dipolar, it will not be heated. Here we have a dipolar material, so immediately it is heated up, And you see that after heating 30 minutes, the strength goes to 100 megapascal. But it is not possible to perform it at a commercial level. Depending on the concentration and this sodium hydroxide, potassium hydroxide, there is a variation. I will show you one here. Transport properties increases if you add nanomaterials. Physical resistance, chemical resistance, mechanical properties, all these increases. Workability and setting time decreases. Here you see that if you add titanium dioxide, control 1%, 3%, 5%, then the strength increases because the compactness increases, nucleation site increases. Any nanomaterial, if you add in a construction material, the nucleation sites are increased, more hydration product or more products are formed, so it is a compact structure. Here, by adding 5% titanium dioxide, carbonation strength decreased. Normally they are carbonated and they are deteriorated, so here you see the lesser height of the semen. If you have silver silica nanocomposite and mixed with the geopolymer, this silver is highly antibacterial material. Particularly silver nanoparticle is highly antibacterial, and because it is a smaller particle, agglomeration is there, and because of the agglomeration size increases, that's why we make a nanocomposite with silica. It is stable and we mix it, we get it here. We can use as an adsorbent for the removal of heavy metals or dyes from the water, and also we can convert it as a photocatalyst. Different type of photocatalyst we can make it, and here you see that we can, this one porous materials are insulator for many high temperature devices. These are the scanning electron microscopic picture. And stability, you see durability is very important. For construction material, durability is very important. You see the first two cubes, they are geopolymer cubes, and the second two are the Portland cement cubes. They are kept in sulfuric acid, 2% sulfuric acid and 2% hydrochloric acid. The geopolymer concrete are almost intact, whereas the Portland cement concrete, they are deteriorated. And weight loss, 22% in the case of geopolymer after 60 days, and 56% weight loss in the case of Portland cement after 60 days. So these are some of the methodologies. Future prospects, properties of geopolymer cement mortar concrete depends very much on the type and nature of precursor, type and concentration of alkali activator, curing conditions and nanomaterials added. Geopolymer are resistant to heat. It forms foamed concrete. It is a good adsorbent for water purification. Lot of research work is needed before it's commercialized. But the problem is we are using waste materials, particularly fly ash. And the fly ash has limited time, because the day coal is finished, fly ash is over. So it is one aspect. And second, for any material to bring in the market, there must be a standard. And we are not able to make any standard because it is a short duration material, and the standard is made for a long duration of the time. So because of the availability in the future of these waste material, the possibility of commercialization is not there, but anyway, we can use it so long these materials are available, and we can reduce the carbon dioxide, we can reduce the raw material, we can protect the environment from the waste material, and we can enhance the quality of the cement and concrete. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now session is open for discussion. If anyone is having any query, you can interact with sir. Yes, ma'am. You can, please.
Yeah, please.
Mic.
No, I wanted to say no.
Is it a tabular format or like paper
No,
wise?
it is not tabular.
Okay.
You should write a summary, continuous flow.
Okay, paper by paper.
Not paper by paper.
Okay.
Overall.
Overall summary.
Overall summary.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
If there are no such a review,
Please pass on the mic.
If there are no such review, you can write it, provided the journal agrees. As I said in the beginning, only those were allowed to submit review articles who have contributed lot in that particular area. You have not contributed anything, so in principle, good journal will not accept your review article. There may be some journals which can publish it, but good journals will not accept it.
Thank you. Any other query? Yes, sir.
No? Yeah.
Good afternoon, sir. Sir, we know the general pattern of writing the research article. As you have said, generally we start with the introduction, means title, abstract, introduction, keywords, introduction, then material, method, result discussion, and conclusion. But out of these, if I am writing for the first time my research article, from where I should start? Instead of the general pattern, from where I should start?
You first decide where you want to publish. You search the journal where you want to publish. Then find out at least one paper from that journal, how they have, there are guidelines. Every good journals, they have their format, their guideline, what to write first, what to write second. You follow that. No, instead of following the pattern, you can write anything, but nobody will accept it.
Which is the easiest part of the paper, sir, to write?
First you write the result and discussion, if it is a new, and you find that certainly it is a new contribution. Then you write result and discussion, then you write in the form of the format which the journal provides you.
Any more queries? Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you for all the insights for writing scientific research article as well as cement chemistry. You explained in a really very simple manner. Thank you for that. Soon we will be starting valedictory program. After a break of just 5 minutes. Thank you.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मागे गाहे तव जय गाथा जनगण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
and Herde sir to please occupy your respectable seat. Thank you. Chief guest of this valedictory program, Honorable Dr. N.B. Singh, Professor, Sharda University, Noida, Delhi. Seminar Chairperson and Principal, Priyadarshini JL College of Engineering, respected Dr. Abhay Shinde. Convener of the seminar and Dean First Year, Dr. Kavita Gaur. Co-convener of the seminar and TNP Officer, Dr. Ajit Herde. Advisory Committee members, delegates, invited guests, faculty members, and all the participants. I, Dr. Shruti, welcome you all to this valedictory program of today's seminar on research methodology. Ladies and gentlemen, investing few hours in such a seminar gives benefits of lifetime. And today, we not only learn a lot, earn a lot, and definitely transform a lot. And to sum up this fruitful event, we all are gathered here. Now, on this momentous occasion, let's welcome our chief guest of today's program, Honorable Dr. N.B. Singh, sir. And for that, I humbly request respected Principal, sir, and Seminar Chair, Dr. E.M. Shinde, to offer floral welcome to Honorable Singh, sir. Thank you, sir. Now I request Dr. Kavita Gaur, convener of the seminar, to please give most pleasant welcome to respected Abhay Shinde, sir, Principal, Priyadarshini JL College of Engineering and Seminar Chairperson. Thank you, ma'am. Here I request Dr. Ajit Herde, co-convener of this seminar, to extend delightful welcome to Dr. Kavita Gaur, ma'am, convener of the seminar and Dean First Year. Thank you, sir. Further, I request Mr. Swapnil Badal, sir, to offer warm welcome to Ajit Herde, sir, co-convener of the event and TNP officer, PJLCE. Friends, throughout the session, Dr. N.B. Singh, sir, has delivered his expert talk and guided us with equal energy and enthusiasm, and that is really commendable. Here, on this concluding moment, I request sir to say few lines for all of us. Please, sir.
Good afternoon to all of you. Now you see that from this academic session, New Education Policy 2020 is being implemented all across the country, and every institution is going to adopt. They might have changed the syllabus, might formulated the process, but if you look into the philosophy of that NEP 2020, the entire higher education is linked with research. Research is to be done at the undergraduate level, postgraduate level, and PhD, of course, it is research degree. And in that, research methodology is one of the most important component. So this one-day seminar on research methodology is very timely. It may be useful also, those who are involved in the process. I must congratulate the organizers for organizing such